Hello, everyone. And hello, Delboy.
Hello.
Thank you once again for appearing here, our usual Friday night.
On a Wednesday. On a Wednesday.
A Friday on a Wednesday. You can see I'm still taking the pills, the tablets, they're not working. Apparently, this is episode 24 as well, so that's not bad. On a Wednesday, right? So, um, as I normally ask, what have you been watching?
Oh,
This week?
well, it's been a bit of a strange week. I've had a bit of a strange week, actually. Been a bit of a
Right.
strange week. Just bear with me a moment. Just bear with me. There we go. I had a thing going on. Sorry about that.
Yes, all
I
right.
had I had a bit of a relapse on Sunday, so I haven't been watching an awful lot.
Oh,
I've had to go to the hospital, and they've given me, a lot of paraphernalia to read about my heart attack. And they've had to increase my tablets a little bit, and it's caused me a bit of discomfort when it
oh, yeah,
when it
yeah,
comes to going to the toilet, because they do cause some problems when
yeah,
you go
yeah,
there. The
yeah.
tablets I'm on, and yeah, on Sunday I had a bit of a relapse, and it seemed to coincide with the fact that I've been getting, the trolls haven't been putting a lot of comments, but they have been hitting the dislike button on my side of
Oh,
my account,
yeah,
and it's getting me down a little bit. But I'm remaining chipper. I'm not going to let anything sort of like affect me. The people that I saw in the hospital basically said that they were quite happy with the blood pressure results I gave them up until Sunday. And all they could do was just change the tablets until I have my next procedure. And
yeah.
have just said, if you need to cut out the negativity, you either have to cancel what's causing the negativity, which in this case would be leaving YouTube,
Mm.
or try not to let it affect you. So I'm just going to double down.
Yeah, good.
Whatever, whoever's doing it, please stop.
Yeah,
I've not caused any harm to anybody. And I'm just trying to have fun with you, Ian,
of
and have
course.
fun
Yeah,
with my channel, and all of that. But everybody's been really nice, actually, has left me really nice comments for the stuff that I've been bringing out. But
that's
anyway,
good.
what have I been
Yeah,
watching?
yeah.
Yesterday, because I couldn't sleep very well, on TV, they showed Ridley Scott's Robin Hood on TV. I don't know if you've ever
Oh,
seen
right.
Ridley Scott's Robin Hood.
Yeah,
But it's a brilliant film. I mean, if you like
yeah,
Ridley Scott films, some people will turn around and say, "Oh, that's not the Robin Hood legend that I recognise," and all of that sort of stuff. But
yeah, yeah.
I've got it on 4K. I've got it in a great big massive box set.
Oh,
That
nice. Yeah.
it was actually Keith from Euphoria Pictures that actually said you can still get this in Germany. It's 50 quid. It's well
Mm.
worth it. You like that sort of thing. It's a beautiful looking box set. It's got a steel book inside it.
Oh, right.
And this is where I'm saying so many of our friends have told us where we can go and get stuff that I just wanted to mention again. Keith, he was a great guy, and he told me about that, and I bought it, and it's wonderful. It's got little trinkets and a notebook in it, and all sorts of stuff in this great big massive volume that looks like an old book. You know what I mean? Like a leather bound book. It looks
Mm.
like a leather
Yeah,
bound book.
sounds.
You put it
Yeah.
on your shelf. So that's great. After your after your stream, let me just turn my background off. After your stream, I went back to the well. I had to do it and start watching Star Trek: The Motion Picture again.
Oh, yeah. Again.
Um, and
Well, why not?
just to let you know, my friend, I doubled up on the steel book that's coming out of Star
Yeah,
Trek: The Motion
yeah.
Picture, and I've ordered you a copy. So I've ordered two
Really?
copies. You'll be getting that. It comes out in December. I thought that would be a nice prezi
Oh,
for you.
that's lovely.
Um,
Thank you very much.
so that's coming, so that you've got, because I saw you and Manar on. I had a great time on Saturday
Yeah,
watching you, Ryan, and Jamie
yeah,
um, having a chat. I could only
yeah,
watch 10 or 15 minutes,
yeah.
but I noticed that you were talking about Star Trek a lot. and I thought to myself, "Oh, I wish I was there because I could answer all these bloody
You could, yeah,
They were asking you which is the better version and what did you think of it and
yeah.
all of that sort of stuff. And I just thought to myself, I'm going to watch it again.
Well, why not? Why
Don't
not?
give a shit. And I don't think I've shown this off very much, but this is the soundtrack that I've got. But it's the
Oh,
it's the special extended one
all right.
that comes on 3 discs. I mean, it's 3
Yeah.
discs. And I don't know if you can look at that corner, but it tells you that it's limited in numbers.
Oh,
I don't think. Let me see if I can read it out. It's this is a limited edition to 10,000 units. So they only ever
yeah,
made 10,000 of these,
yeah,
and the score is just something else.
yeah,
You know, Star Trek: The Motion Picture, as much as it was an event for you, and it was definitely an event
yeah.
for me.
It was, yeah.
I hate it when people turn around and say, "Really, it's not an event film." It is an event
It
film.
was, it was.
I mean, if you want to know how much of an event this film was, just quickly,
Yeah,
this is going to be Paramount's second TV channel called Paramount TV. It was, and that's where they came with Phase 2, and that basically that's where they hired that extra Vulcan from. It's where Ilea was
yeah,
in. It's
yeah,
just this is because Kirk, William Shatner hadn't agreed. Spock was still in a legal battle with Paramount over a use of his likeness.
yeah.
So they did all these characters, and then of course they decided to cancel having a second Paramount channel and decided to go with the motion picture.
Mm.
And originally Vija was going to be called NASA.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah,
lots and lots of
yeah,
information I can give about the motion picture.
yeah,
I mean, it's just astronomical. But and the very fact that it was being edited on the
yeah.
very day that it was going to be actually in the cinemas, because
Wow.
the cinemas were able to sue Paramount for 100 million if they didn't get it out on the day.
Oh,
Which is
wow.
why
A hell of a lot.
which is why it was rushed to the cinema.
Yeah.
And why the film was still wet for the premiere, which was which was pretty much that particular day. So anyway, that's enough about the motion picture.
Yeah.
I could bore people.
Well, I definitely hope that you do some video or some talk with Denny.
Oh, I will.
Yeah.
And Doctor Who, my God,
yeah.
it's one of those things where the stars have got to sort of align.
Yeah.
I so look forward to anybody sort of like bringing me on to a chat to talk about Doctor Who. I can talk to death. I don't like New Who, but I never actually poo New Who. Haha, it's rhyming slang. Because I don't like it doesn't mean that it's not.
No, I agree, but I tend to. I suppose I'm just a bit more extreme in my reaction. I just feel so sad about it all, as well as that. It's when you were saying, I'm watching Doctor Who from 1965, and you feel that link with it, and you've gone through all that. My childhood.
It's one of those things where I'm a little bit different to other people that watch Doctor Who, in the fact that I'm considerably younger than you, Ian. I have to bring it in. I wasn't born in 1937 like you. Right, so all I'm saying is that my earliest TV memory is, and it's legitimate, is John Pertwee turning into Tom Baker, right?
Yeah.
So that's 1974, 75, isn't it? Right.
John Pertwee's 1970 to 74, isn't it? And
so that's why I said it was
74 to 81.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is my memory of him changing into Tom Baker would be 74, 75.
Yeah.
And it's the last episode of Planet of the Spiders, which is a fantastic episode. If anybody wants to watch a really, really good John Pertwee story, apart from Inferno and many others, I'd say
Green Death Green Death for me
Well,
is
Green
a
Death is
big
the
one.
last episode of the season before that.
Yeah, that's right. It's
And that's
brilliant.
a Welsh story, and has got so
Yeah.
many firsts in that. I mean,
The maggots, the giant maggots.
Not only about the maggots, but it's just that Joe was actually going out with the actor that played the scientist that she ran off with. You know, I mean, there's a lot of firsts. I mean, it's a fantastic story. But I'm just saying, Planet of Spiders is all about. I mean, most people have got a phobia about spiders. It's not mentioned what John Pertwee's fear is. He said he has to face his fear. And so it can't be the blue crystal, and it couldn't really be the
because
cave.
we get the blue crystal, don't we? Back in the Planet of the Spiders.
Yeah, Metabilis free.
Yeah, that's right. Because we first get it in Green Death, which he gives to Joe, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's where we see another Time Lord give the Doctor a little push.
Yes.
And he turns, because he says, I'm just going to give him a little push, and his brain will be a little bit erratic at first, and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
All lovely stuff at the end.
Yeah.
But I'm different to other people, which is what I'm trying to say. Most people say that their best Doctor is the one they grew up with. Right? Like Bond, which is your Bond? Oh, mine's Roger Moore because I didn't even see Sean Connery and all of that stuff, right? My one is actually Patrick Troughton. Yeah. And the reason for that is that as soon as I got back into Doctor Who, which was pretty much all the Tom Baker stuff, because obviously I was getting older and older, and I was watching it year by year by year.
Yeah.
The BBC started to do anniversaries, because we'd gone past the 10th anniversary when I wasn't even remembering what Doctor Who was. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Repeats were really rare because they had to pay the actors for showing a repeat. So the BBC wouldn't do that. And there was a charter, I think, that the BBC was stuck under that said you can only show so many repeats because it has to be all this new content plus 14 content that you can bring in and then repeats. So BBC Two became a mecca for me, late 80s.
Yeah.
And early 80s. So it was about late 70s, early 80s. And there was a big gap between Tom Baker and Peter Davison. And BBC Two was showing the Doctors, and
you're right. I think the 7 faces of Doctor Who.
Yeah, I was mesmerized. I was mesmerized by Patrick Troughton. And later on, I think people have liked Patrick Troughton because people have turned around and said without Patrick Troughton there would be no regeneration.
Yeah,
there would be no being able to change all this. There would be no moving the story forward through how he is as a Time Lord and moving on. All of that sort of stuff. So Patrick, and of course I looked at the black and white footage and it was really quite sharp. It was, sometimes you watch black and white footage and it looks sort of murky, like there was Vaseline all over it. If you ever actually watch something like I don't know, like the War Games, the picture is absolutely, it's like watching a color image but with the color turned off. It really is like sharp. It's like the video, it's like the cameras they were using were that little bit more sharper. And so basically Patrick Troughton became my favorite Doctor. Anyway, look, I'm digressing a little bit. The things I've watched this week, I did watch Civil War, so I have now watched that.
Fantastic.
So that's brilliant. These other ones I've bought but haven't got round to watching yet. Bad Boys, not really that looking forward to it, Ride or Die, but it apparently it is quite fun. Knuckles, which is just a follow-up to the Sonic the Hedgehog. It's just a very nice live action with cartoon.
And
of course, I've mentioned it already before, The Guide to the Married Man.
That's right,
Walter Matthau, which anybody knows, Walter Matthau is just like my favorite. You know now what I've been listening to. I did listen to the first album of Rainbow now all the way through. But I want to listen to the other 2 albums before I start saying I really like it. But at the moment, that first album, I like 4 tracks.
Right.
I can't quite remember what the names of them are, but there were 4 tracks on there that I went, oh yeah, now this is the stuff. I like that, So yeah, that's pretty good start. So if you get to the second album and the third album and the album count starts to go up and it becomes more a 50-50 and then a 60-40 and then a 70, you know, 70-30, then that's where I'm going, yeah, I've got a new band I can listen to. Do you know what I mean?
That's great. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's it. I mean, I'm sorry I kept you.
No, that's all right. I enjoy. I know probably on all our viewers, but once we get onto Doctor Who, there's no stopping, is there?
Oh, I'm terrible. I am sorry. That Star Trek, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So what have I watched? Let me have a look. What
it's bound sure to be a ton of stuff, and I can switch off when you get to the music.
That's right. Right. Now, these were ones that were sent to me by Tony, and I've been going through them. So let's do the Tony stuff. Right, firstly, this one, this is from 1963. It's the Scarlet Blade. Now, this means a lot to me because there isn't that much on my favorite period of history, 17th century English Civil War. All I can know of is Cromwell, Richard Harris, 1970, and there is an independent film called Winstanley, which is about the levelers, diggers in 1649, and then there was the BBC series By the Sword Divided, and that is the lot that I know about the English Civil War. So this film is great. What's interesting as well is that we have got Lionel Jeffries.
Oh wow! You know what we think about Lionel Jeffries, don't we? So
he's a badass in this. He's a real villain, and it's great. Wonderful to see him not against sort of what we see him as normally. And then, of course, to top it all, Oliver Reed. We've got Oliver Reed, and Oliver Reed is just a fantastic actor. I just love. You can't help but watch everything that he does. He's such a great actor. He was fantastic. But the film, I liked it, and because, as I say, it's about the Civil War. It is mainly seeing from the royalist point of view, but that's not a bad thing always. They're putting the Roundheads as thingy, and I'm not one of these people who. I hate people when they go, it's inaccurate, it's not right. Okay, it doesn't matter. It's obviously it's not exactly going to be historically right. I reckon it's set in about 1648 because the king has just sort of had second civil war. So I think it's a good film. I enjoyed it. It's just good to see, and the battles. There's some nice battles in there. Maybe not as spectacular as Cromwell, which has really got some great battle scenes in it. But it's great to see Civil War.
Just before you go any further, got a couple of questions for you, just in case. So, do you think many people would know what year the Cromwell was? You know, I mean, what civil war? Because the British have been through quite a few civil wars.
Well, what it is, Cromwell really rose to prominence through his victories, but he wasn't in charge. Don't forget, Parliament is in charge, and they appoint their sort of leaders. Cromwell comes to the rise, and he is not in charge of the army. It's the Thomas Fairfax. But Cromwell got himself involved politically, and the leader of the army, Sir Thomas Fairfax, he just didn't want to be involved in that. He made his name.
Was this when Parliament had been dissolved for 9 years, and the king went to start up Parliament to do something, and they forced him to write a charter that said that Parliament couldn't be dissolved ever again? Is that right?
There's two bits there. Well, it's.
I'm just thinking. Is that right?
Yeah, the Civil War period is 1642 to 1645.
Yeah, that's.
And then the Second Civil War is 1648, and that Second Civil War is really just the king. It's a quick uprising by which Albert Scott. But what you discover is that Parliament is still trying like mad to get an agreement with the king, even though they defeat him. They think, well, yeah, he's going to, but he's not a very. He's Charles I was not really very astute and clever, and he thought he had every right. He was the divine right of king, and he was plotting always with the Scots, the Irish, and everybody else. So in the end, they just Cromwell and everybody else who tried desperately to get an agreement with him gave up, and that's what happened. So that's why he got executed. Especially when in 1648 they started to cause more bloodshed and created all the problems, but they were soon put down because the royalists by then were pretty spent force anyhow. So that's
so that was part one, and the second one is I've got something that I'm going to be sending you at the end of this, because the other thing that I've been watching this week, I don't know if you ever watched it, back in 2012, Sky did this 8-part series called The British, and it was our story. It's how the British became a superpower. It goes all the way from the Druids, where the Romans came along, destroyed, killed the Druids. They went over to Ireland apparently when they got totally massacred. And then it was about how the Romans controlled us for 400 years, helping build Hadrian's Wall, how Hadrian's Wall got dismantled when they decided they weren't going to police the northern line anymore because they couldn't afford to scum any soldiers, and basically left the British to us, and that's where we had all the Northerns and the Saxons and all that sort of period.
It's
brilliant series, 8 parts. I'll
send
that to you. They're an hour each. It talks about it talks about the Golden Hind and Cook, and it talks about the first slave and how how a judge turned around and took slavery away. It talked about the Great Fire of London. It talked about all sorts of stuff, the plague, everything, and it does it in a really fun way, in a sort of like dramatized way with a voiceover. Brilliant thing. Anyway, carry on. Sorry,
I was just going to say that really, the fact that we were ahead by 100 years or more of the French Revolution is quite important. Because for in terms of the development of the empire down the line, the fact is by 1688 is an important year, because that's like when they invite William of Orange over from after. It's all, I won't go into politics of it, but there's a lot of deep politics. But in the end, we get William of Orange coming over because James II is a Catholic, and they didn't want him on the throne. And you get the 1688 revolution, as they call it, is the beginning of the constitutional monarchy. It was really totally established then, which is way ahead of anybody else.
It's how we ruled the sea, wasn't it, as well? Because wasn't it Henry VIII that couldn't afford to buy cannons made out of bronze, and it was a British scientist type person that basically worked out how to heat iron to some maximum level that basically then all the bad stuff would seep to the top, and then basically he brought out a cheap cannon that they basically made 200 of, and then basically that started off our navy, and that's how we started to rule the waves.
The important thing is, in this period as well, we had Blake, who under Cromwell, even he was defeating the Dutch. The Dutch were becoming bigger rivals, and we got the whole navy was really organized quite well in the Commonwealth period, and it just continued after that. So there is a lot to owe that happened in the 17th century, which led to spreading through the world, really.
The biggest thing that I got away from watching the British is that we were real bastards back then, because we actually stole from the Spanish and paid off our debt.
We weren't daft.
I mean, they basically were bringing back from the West Indies, or from the Indies, I think, all of this gold and silver and stuff. And we had a rogue sailor. What's his name? Hook, was it? Or was it? No, it was I've forgotten who it was. Anyway, he basically blew up the mast on this ship and took like something like 70 tons of gold, brought it back, and basically gave it to Queen Victoria. And she paid off the debt with that.
Oh wow. Yeah.
I was going, I thought, I wonder if we could do that now, because we've got quite a big debt at the moment. I wonder if we could find out if there was a ship going across the Pacific that we could blow up and just go, we have no idea how that happened.
No.
But now we're debt free. Don't know how that happened either.
And yeah, I better move on because I'm
sorry about that.
Trying to get on quickly. Let's see. This film as well. It's a Danish film. This was sent by Tony as well. The Promised Land, excellent. It's set in Denmark about 1755, I think. And it's brilliant. I really enjoyed it. It was a whole revelation about the history. And this actor, Megs Mackelson, he's excellent. He never smiles much, though. He's one of these dour characters. But it's an epic film. On a small budget, they've created an epic film, and that's fantastic. Now, I also got sent this one. Eyewitness. This is on Network as well. Susan George, Mark Lester after his Oliver bit, and then look again, Lionel Jeffries. Who's more his normal self. But this is an enjoyable film. I think it's something that you just love at that period. And Susan George is always.
Susan George, yeah. What a beauty she was back then. I mean,
yeah, she's great in it. And actually, the child actor's not bad. It's a story about people don't believe in the family because he witnesses an assassination, somebody assassinating. No one believes him, and of course, some police are involved as well. And it's really good stuff. I watched this again, which Denny sent to me. Absolutely loved it. It's a brilliant film. And just one more thing. I watched these. I've just finished watching them now. These are the Edgar Wallace mysteries. This was a series from 1960 to 1965. And let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and extras. There's 6 stories on here. They're all of an hour each, and you've got a lot of actors like Kenneth Cope, who sadly died this week, is in here. We've got a young John Thor. There's all sorts of British actors that you think, oh, it's them, but these are just sort of crime dramas, and they're really good. It gives you an atmosphere of that period. And there's a few volumes. This is volume 7. It's on Network again, but Tony sent me these and absolutely loved them. Really enjoyed it. It's like a nostalgia.
I was with Jim Jam and Denny, and they bought 3. Denny bought 3 sort of like mystery anthology stuff that was there, and I forgot what the title was called. I keep meaning to ask Denny what was that called, because I was going to buy them. I'm sure I'll remember at the end.
Quite a few volumes. What's interesting is you get. I just enjoy the feeling of that atmosphere of that era. Especially if you get bits of location. It's always good to see 60s in that era, and the music is funny because it's like that in between period with music. It's sort of a bit the thing. The 60s. The Beatles, probably for copyright as well, but as you move on. So they have this like sort of shadows kind of music a bit. And somebody goes in and goes, "This is a discotheque," and discotheque and use it, and it's funny the way they're looking at it as if it's all groovy, this discotheque, as they say.
Yeah.
But it's good. That. What else? I think that's it virtually. With Doctor Who this week, I'll just show it. Was this?
Oh right, yeah.
Yes, it's brilliant. The giant squid You can't go wrong with a giant squid. It's
Gets a
lovely,
bad
and all these people going.
gets a bad rep, that
It does.
squid.
I loved it. I thought it's great. All these people going, oh, special effects. Look at that giant squid. It's fun. It's great.
About the
Great
story anyway. It's about the story anyway. So
it's lovely. And I like Romana. Yeah, I think Mary Tam I really like as Romana. I think she's
yeah,
really
but you know
good.
why? You know why she was gone, don't you? I mean, it was partly her. She said, "You're not giving me anything to
She
do."
said,
and
yeah.
and the second part is that you can't upscale up beat the Doctor. You know what I mean? You can't. You can have somebody that challenges his
authority.
His motives.
It's because he was equal, really, to her. If not,
so they had to dumb it. They had to dumb it down, and they brought along
Lala Ward.
So
yeah, though I prefer
it's the same as the first season of John Pertwee, you know.
Yeah.
So you know the companion there.
Yeah.
Again, was in it for one season, and towards the end of that season, even in Inferno, she was just screaming and running around.
Yeah.
Where at the beginning, she was challenging.
Yeah.
He did, you know. Yeah. What about time travel? Yeah, bollocks. All of this.
Yeah, Mary Tam wasn't. She carried right. Well, on what I've seen so far, she's not screaming that much.
No,
she's quite. Yeah, she's very good. I really enjoyed her. So that's and just music. So you can.
I knew that was coming up, but it's AC/DC, is it? Is it the AC/DC from Magpie?
No,
is it? Or
this is because I've reviewed it. It's not the AC/DC. It's Peter Gabriel's first solo album, and it's great.
Right, yeah.
He's left Genesis, and now he's free. And this this CD, this album is great because it's like he's celebrating, experimenting, doing all sorts that he couldn't do in Genesis. Genesis became too restricted for him, and it was good for both because Genesis did well as well. They got things, so it was a good thing. And he left not without any, animosity or anything. It was all done amicably, and this album is a wonderful album.
I've got that album.
Full of
I've got that actual album because I was a big Genesis fan.
Yeah,
I think it was when I was working at Lloyd's. I don't know if this is true. This was when I was very, very young. I was working at Lloyd's Bank. There was one guy that turned around and said, "Oh yeah, Peter Gabriel of Genesis, yeah." The problem with Peter Gabriel I have with Genesis was in the last 2 years when he was really sort of like pissed off and fed up with it. To get if the crowd weren't getting behind Genesis, he used to get his penis out on stage and waggle it around. I went, really? Did that really happen? He went, oh yeah, it's well documented. And I never bothered looking when the internet came along. I never bothered looking, but apparently that's what he would do. He would,
I am surprised he didn't get booked.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I went, I take everything with a pinch of salt, and I like to think that everything is true.
I've never heard that one before. I've heard with Jim Morrison at Doors getting into trouble for doing that, but I've not heard of Pete Gabriel.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I bought the Peter Gabriel first album because it was the end of Genesis, and I've got all the early Genesis albums.
Yeah. But I think it was good for Genesis as well. It allowed them their freedom. And I think this album, you notice all the different styles of music. He's experimenting, trying to find what to do. There's so many different styles, and he's exploring, but it's like a freedom. It's like he's free from Genesis, and he can do what he wants.
Was it his next album that was the big? Was it his next album that was the biggie? With
no, I think it's the third one with Kate Bush. The second one is continuing this one, but it's good. It's called Peter Gabriel as well, and the next one's called Peter Gabriel.
Yeah.
But for Genesis, it was good for them because they carried on.
MTV came along, didn't they? And he did that special video with stop motion and all of this sort of Sledgehammer, was it? Was that what it was?
That's right. That was the one that really made him big.
Yeah.
I think the problem was Genesis produced The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway.
Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Fantastic.
It's a double album. It's a bit I'll be honest, I think it's a bit self-indulgent, to be honest. It's a bit, there's some good songs, good tracks on there, but it's far too long. And I think that was enough, I think. And he left, I think, with that in mind as well. And I think it was good for Genesis because then they could do what they were best at doing. So it was good for everybody. Anyhow,
we better get to the comments, haven't we? We've been bloody
let's get to the comments.
We've been yapping.
People say, Bayek, what time is it? We've been going far too long. Right. So we've got Danny Dukes. Hi, how are you doing? I'm good. Hello, Danny. Thank you. And then we have got Through the Lens. Hey, guys, how are you doing? We're doing great. Thank you very much.
Hello, Josh.
Yeah. And then he's got a question. Decided to pick up Wednesday on Blu-ray this week, as I haven't seen it yet. Heard it's great. Have you seen it? I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I haven't actually seen it. Have you got it?
Yes, I saw it on streaming service.
Right.
It was an episodic format. And the thing that I liked about it was it was sort of like its dark overtones, very much like a Danny Elfman thing. In fact, Danny Elfman did the score. I think it was Nigel that showed off the lovely record that came out from it. I never went and bought the vinyl because I'm not into vinyl. You know, I could never keep up with buying vinyl as well as all the films and everything else. But I was impressed with the first season, and I thought I hope it does get a second. And it has. It's got picked up. And that. And the one thing I didn't understand is why it's on Blu-ray when it was filmed with 4K cameras. So it doesn't make sense to me. But I dare say TV stuff is mostly coming out still on Blu-ray. It's the medium to put TV stuff out on. I think you'll have I think Josh will have a great time with that. It's very much in the mold of Addams Family. And
is it? I might have a look at that myself.
Yeah, it's Wednesday from the Addams Family. At school, going to school, going to high school.
Yeah, it sounds good fun. Yeah. So we've got Cy Robson saying, "Hi guys, hi there, Cy." And Danny says, "Hi, Cy, mate." And then Cy Robson says, "Hi, Danny." And then Jim Jam Movies and TV. Good evening.
Yes. I think I was going to say
good evening, you lovely guys.
I think he was going to put gentlemen then, but gave up.
What we guys now? Here we're lads.
Likely lads. Which one's Bob and which one's Terry?
Oh God, no! I suppose I'm miserable one. Am I?
No, there wasn't a miserable one. He just tried to conform and get on with work.
Terry's a bit more miserable, isn't he? And Daniel says, "Hi, Jim Jam, mate." And who remembers a film called Deadline?
Not from the title, I don't remember it. Deadline.
No. What year? I don't know anything.
But who was in it? I probably remember it then. But Deadline. There's a lot of films that I've watched that have been around newspapers.
Is it a network title by any chance?
Bet you any money it is.
Yeah. Sai says, I went to see, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly on the big screen on Monday.
Oh, wow. One
of my favorite cinema experience ever. It looked and sounded amazing. That's fantastic. Was
it the full restored with the Civil War, by the way, just out of interest?
He might answer that. He might.
I mean, all I can say is that I'm dead jealous of you, Si, for watching The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly on the big screen. I haven't seen it for quite a few years now. Must be nearly 10 years since I saw it at the big screen. But I have seen in the last 5 years Once Upon a Time in the West at the cinema, and that was a fantastic experience for me. That was listening to that with the proper cinema speakers, with the Ennio Morricone soundtrack going. But The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, most people will put The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly and Once Upon a Time in the West against each other and say which one's the best. And I tend not to try and get into those arguments because as much as I love Once Upon a Time in the West, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is just a different. It's a different feel of a film. You know, I like Once Upon a Time in the West better personally, but The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is such a classic film. The end sequence, I mean, it just sets it up beautifully in that lovely circular disc of near the graveyard. I mean, it's just a fantastic film. Just a fantastic film. You can't in the stratosphere of films to watch.
Yeah, I saw it when I was at university. And so that's a long time ago. At least 45 years or so ago, I saw it, but it was great on the big screen. I remember it well. It showed a lot of great films. Sometimes I wish I could go back in time and go back to those days when I was watching loads of films. Imagine watching big screen films. Maybe 3-4 a week on big screen. It's fantastic. Oh well, those are those days.
I'm just so glad for you, Si. I'm sure.
Yeah, it must be a really good experience nowadays to see it.
I'm sure he went. I'm sure he went with Sammy G and had a wonderful time.
Yeah,
I know that those two are as thick as thieves when they go to the cinema.
Because obviously the prints will be brilliant that they use, the sound, the comfortable seats, and it's mind you, I'd probably nod off.
The comfortable seats, the ones that you definitely don't say, "Oh, my ass is hurting. I've got to get out."
But you end up going, "Oh." If you've had one of those days, you'll be nodding off. So we've got Jim Jam Movies and TV, Deathline, starring Christopher Lee.
So did he mean he didn't mean Deadline? He meant Deathline.
That's one with Donald Pleasance in, isn't it? As well. Christopher Lee. To be fair, he's hardly in it. It's one of them pop in, pop out things. They're building, but he's not in it that much.
Yeah, was he about 20-25 minutes or something? He's in that.
I think he might be being generous there with 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Actual screen time. And Donald Pleasance isn't he a bit drunk almost in the film as well? It's quite a strange performance by him. It's a strange film, really. It's one of those films where acting
that brings me just to bring in, because I think it goes in quite nicely in this. Everybody, please go and watch Mondo Celovich's channel, obviously, just because it's a fantastic channel. But tonight, just before I started here, he's actually turned around and confirmed that Hammer are bringing out their films on 4K.
Oh, right.
They're on their own Twitter account. They've said, yes, our films are now coming out.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
That was news tonight. And I thought, wow.
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's such an exciting thing for us all.
Yeah.
Couple of years, But carry on. Sorry.
No, that's good. Yeah. Have you seen Deathline?
Yes, that's why I was saying.
You've seen it, right? Yep.
I went Deadline. I don't know. I'm not quite sure.
Deathline. Yeah.
Deathline.
Yeah. And then, oh God, I name your favorite Will Hay film.
Well, you were in them, weren't you?
God, that's going back to 40s, isn't it?
Late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah. Now, I don't think I've actually seen a whole one. I've only seen clips.
I think I've mentioned it before. There's, I think, Ask a Policeman.
Is it Hey Mr. Porter or something? Is the one?
Well, yeah, I think that's one of his most famous ones. And I think Ask a Policeman, and I might be wrong here, but it's definitely a Will Hay film. The one that I remember the most is the one where they're smuggling at the bottom of the cove.
Oh,
where it's another police station.
Yeah.
And he's stationed at the police station. And Cannon and Ball famously stole that idea for their film Boys.
Their film, yeah.
I can't quite remember what the title was called, but I know Ask a Policeman I've seen.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But
yeah, Will Hay was great in his time, and I remember watching them on sort of like Sunday afternoons or on TV during holidays from school. You know, the 7-week break that you'd got from in summer, for the summer break. But he was never one like Norman Wisdom. It wasn't one where I'd go, "Oh, look, Norman Wisdom." But I do understand how much of a comedian he was. Back in the day, like George Formby and Will Hay. I understand why they were so revered. You know what I mean? They had
when he died, did he die in 50s or early 60s? Yeah, he died in 50s. Yeah. Maybe that's why he's not quite as sort of revered as much.
Well, I think it's more to do with that. We've talked about it in the past where we've said there's a certain period of film that we just don't go back to, and it always seems to be around World War II or just before World War II. And we all talk about, everybody knows about the Bette Davis films and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
When we look at our own films,
it's George Formby, isn't it?
We were still watching mostly American stuff.
Yeah.
So our own film industry that was equally bringing out good stuff,
it did.
We don't talk about anymore.
Yeah.
And I just think it's sad.
It is, yeah.
I mean, we can all name off those amazing era of film of Chaplin and Buster, Buster Douglas and Buster. What am I on about? Anyway, Laurel and Hardy, and and even later on Abbott and Costello, and but what I'm trying to say is that we could name them off. Harold Lloyd. It's all that stuff that was coming out, and yet we had our own cinema.
Yes,
we don't talk about it that much. I keep meaning to go back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, and don't forget, like Hitchcock was in this country in 1930s, making quite a lot of films before he went to Hollywood. We had
his first 3 films were boycotted, weren't they? There was a guy who didn't like him.
Yeah,
and his first 3 films, they said, "No, we're not going to release this. We're not going to release this." Then they released one film. It got such a great review that they brought out those 3 films that were turned off. It turned out to be fantastic. It's just a famous Hitchcock story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where our own cinema were poo-pooing 3 films that have come on to become classics. So it's amazing with Hitchcock, really, as well.
Who remembers the Fosters with Lenny Henry? I know I don't remember that.
Yeah,
is that a sitcom or something?
Yeah, it was the first black family or something that was on telly before you had Desmonds and all of that sort of stuff. It was set in Birmingham in the 70s. It just finished doing Tis Was. I think it was on ITV, I think.
Ah, right.
They've been showing them just recently, I think.
Is that a network release by any chance? I wonder.
Oh, you know, full I think it was on ITV, but I think it was it's been on like UK Gold or something like that.
Right, yeah.
I can't quite remember. But they have been showing them in the early mornings and stuff.
Danny says the trolls should go away for good.
Thank you so much.
Frank Holder. Hello, Frank. I tried to comment on Danny's stream 4 days ago. I'm blocked there. No messages got through. So I'm asking here, is it worth me buying a Blu-ray player if my TV is only 1080p? Thanks. I'm sorry, I don't know. I can't explain what's happening.
That's on my side, and I have no idea, Frank. I don't know quite what to do about that, other than I will make sure, Frank, that you're put in my safe list. on my YouTube channel, so that no matter what happens, you can't be blocked or anything like that. I'll do that. But to answer your question, it's quite simple. A simple Blu-ray player hooked up to a bog standard 1080p is the perfect marry. It's the perfect marriage. It's when you're looking at, is a Blu-ray player good enough for when I've got a 1080, when I've got a 4K telly, is when people start going, is that worth it? Because what's the point of having that upscale of 4K? It's like you're stuck with your player only pumping out a 1080p signal. So you've got the perfect marriage of a Blu-ray player with a 1080p. It's a waste of time you buying a 4K player for it, and it's a waste of time, totally with that, because you'd never be able to display the 4K image on that. So it'd be, all you'd be doing is future-proofing yourself if you bought a 4K player. So, yeah, perfect marriage, Blu-ray and 1080p.
Right. Thank you for that. Yeah, thanks. Cy Robson, is £183 too much for a meet and greet with Robert Englund with professional photo shoot and autographs? 100. It is, for in my book. That is far too much.
I will give the oh god, that's a crap answer result to that. If you can afford 183 quid, he's your idol, and basically it's the only chance it's going to happen for you, then 183 pounds is certainly acceptable to you. But from my point of view, Jesus Christ, man, 183 pounds.
Yeah.
It'd be sorry, mate, jog on, and you're taking the piss. But what I'm saying to you is, hey, look, who am I to say on that one? It definitely is. 183 pounds might as well be 183 pence to the top fan. That person. So,
it's a good point. Yeah,
I've never known anybody charge more than 50 quid at conventions.
That's a hell of a lot.
183 pounds.
Yeah, he says with professional photo shoots.
Yeah, in other words, they've got they've got a person there that takes the photographs behind the background that you choose, and then they autograph it. Well, I mean, I could easily turn around and say I'm a professional photographer. You know what I mean? And carry around a Canon camera and say, right, I'm a professional. You know what I mean? You'd have to have who was that 70s photographer that they always used to have in the adverts? What was his name? Do you remember? Whenever they were David Bailey.
Yes,
I mean, it'd have to be David Bailey in that for 183 quid.
Do these people? I don't know, because I've not been to any of these things. Do they get asked if they'll do selfies, and do they charge for them?
That's how you get to have a selfie and all of that sort of stuff.
And they'll charge. They wouldn't charge that for a selfie.
Yes, that's what it is. What it is.
Heck.
Separate away, they have their own separate line, and they've got a table
and
all that kind of stuff.
That is a rip-off.
They'll have signed photographs that you can buy for a tenner and all of that sort of stuff. But if you want something personal where you're next to them and they'll pose in whatever view you want,
so you give them your phone and.
No. They'll do it with professional. They'll do it with a.
Would they do it with your phone if you said, "Oh, will you do a selfie on my phone?"
183 quid. They're bloody better. Because I'd want something on top of the professional photo shoot.
Yeah.
It's the autograph bit, you see. It's the autograph bit.
But I bet you can pick. I bet on. You probably could find a reputable autograph place that would be selling it a lot less than that.
Yeah, but I will say this, Ian. The whole signature thing has changed.
Yeah.
I've got a load of comic books upstairs that are signed by Stan Lee, John Romita, all of that.
Yeah.
Sort of stuff. But I haven't got a photograph of me while he was signing it to prove that actually.
I get you. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, when people say, "Can I have an autograph?" you can actually give him. You can actually give him something of yours. He'll sign it, but you can then take a photograph of him doing it, and that proves to the person who buys it off of you that it's a legitimate signature. Do you see what I mean? Otherwise they're total bastards these days, I have to say. Not surprise me. Anything does nowadays. Right.
we've got Tony York. Hello, Tony. Hello. Evening, Ian and Del. Sorry to hear about your troubles, Del. I won't get started on trolls.
Yeah.
We know what they do.
I'm just going to remain chipper. It's just that the hospital has basically advised me stay away if it's causing me that much, because I keep slipping up and down in the hypertension bands. They want me constantly in hypertension 1. But after my procedure, they were expecting me to be 2 and 1 all the time, and it went to 3. And that's when, that was all happening this weekend and this week. So, yeah.
Danny says, I think it's too much, but it's up to you if you think it's worth it. That's what we're saying. It's, if you're a fan, you'll pay it,
That's how I look at it. It could be that could be 183 pence to you if it's somebody that you, I mean, take it like this. William Shatner is what, 91 now, or 92 or something? It ain't going to be very long before we're suddenly going to see on the news today William Shatner died or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And you're going to be kicking yourself if you've been watching him since the 60s and you haven't got a signature with him and a photograph. And if he actually turned up at a convention and said, hey, look, it's 183 quid.
You pay it now. Yeah.
Turn around and say, it's my last chance.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So then it's just as simple as that. It might as well, that might as well be £1.83. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Through the lens, will you be seeing The Substance? It's by far one of the best of the year, an insane trip of a film. I've been hearing a lot about this film, so I'm definitely looking forward to.
I think he's done a review. I think is that the film that he put up in my Discord. I've just started to catch up now with films that he's actually done a couple of weeks back that I've only just got around to watching. I will be, because I mean, I tell you what, the thing I do about Through the Lens is I write down the films he's seen and then I go back and watch his videos to see what he said about it, because I'll say it again, I don't mind saying it as many times as I need to. The way he does his reviews is different to the way that I've seen other people do reviews. That I think he's a little bit less linear, stale. He actually talks about things that you wouldn't normally talk about. When people talk about the quality of the picture, they'll talk about it was sharp and the colors were like this and that. He goes to the point of going, there's no crushed blacks, all of this sort of stuff. Do you see what I mean? This is just a little bit example. But he actually talks about the cinematography, how the music fits in, whether the music was out of place for it, whether he thought it was too talky, whether he, that's the sort of thing he does. You know what I mean? So that's what I'll say about our Josh.
Danny Jukes is my horror icon.
Yeah,
I love the Elm Street films. Well, there you are. That might answer your question.
And just think with the 40th anniversary box set coming out, what a perfect time it is to actually see him at a convention and ask him to sign it.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? My God, he's going to be a rich man at the end of the year if he can.
He will be after that.
If he can keep up with it, you know what I mean?
When is the release? Is there a date on this release?
It's next month, isn't it?
Is it next month? Oh, wow.
Something like that.
Yeah, well,
And there's so many different versions of that box set as well.
Oh, it's going to be a big. You'll see a lot about it, I'm sure.
I've got it pre-ordered.
Yeah. Oh, I knew you would.
Yeah, it's a skill book, obviously.
Yeah. That garage again. I heard you on about that
shut
garage.
up about my garage.
Keep that garage.
I might as well, if you keep mentioning it, I might as well just put a big bullseye saying just say stay here. Just attack here.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Then it's worth it for you then. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Si says, cheers. It is, it's true. Yeah. Si, you're welcome. Steve's Gaming. Hello guys. Love the Danta Terraflick 3 video today, Del. Laughed so much. Thank you so much. Well, there you are. Is that
You know,
a gaming
yeah,
video?
Dan Terrific 3. All I can say to you, you bastard. You absolute bastard. That's all I've got to say. If you watch that video, what a git. And this is supposed to be my friend, right? Right? No word of a lie, right? It's the second game he's chosen for me, right?
Yeah.
He gave me it yesterday. He said, I said, I've got one right for you to do, Del. Do this one, right? I loaded it up, and no word of a lie, it gave me 100 lives for this game. 100 lives,
Wow, that's not
right?
yeah.
I'm going, I know full well, you bastard, you've given me this. That's because it's so hard, you just die every second, right? That's how it is. It's like die, 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 die. That's all you see is me plunging to my death, landing on a spike or something else. He's a bastard. I felt you can fall out with people. Falling out with him, somewhat chronic. And he says, can't wait for the third game I'm going to choose for you. On your bike. No, I love him to death. Brilliant. I had a lot of fun with that today.
Oh, right. And then we have got Richard. Hello, Richard. Hi, lads. Enjoying your chit chat tonight. Thank you, Richard, for joining.
Thank you, Richard.
And Through the Lens, I wasn't a fan of Civil War. Oh, that's the film, isn't it? It was extremely surface level and didn't offer much to me.
I think you get what you want out of that film. If you wanted something that was in depth, you're going to be a bit disappointed. If you wanted something that sort of like everybody could understand, then it's a good film. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like, you know, when you watch a popcorn film like Independence Day and all that stuff, right? You're talking about mass catastrophe to the world. You know what I mean? All these aliens are coming along. And what you're seeing is these people flying around on biplanes and all of this sort of stuff, and then suddenly flying around in jets. And that's because you're telling a tale of how these people suddenly blew up the aliens and that.
Yeah.
Civil War follows Kirsten Dunst around an awful lot, and there's a you know, and obviously there's a president. It's that president is played by that bloke who was in that famous comedy show. It'll come back to me anyway. He had no end of memes about him. I can't remember what his name is anyway. And it just basically it tells of a new civil war in America, you know, based on some events that go on. It doesn't go deep enough. You need to know what it is that drives them to this civil war. You don't get that in the film. It's very much like Independence Day. You follow a certain set of people, like Deep Impact does. You know, that's all about the media, and then it goes on about people's lives. At the end of the day, you have the bolt on of the presidency, you know, and how we survived after Deep Impact, and how we were going to rebuild by by Morgan Freeman. He was the president, wasn't he, in that film?
If anything, I felt I'd like to have seen a bit more. There's a brief scene. Well, it's not that brief, but there's a scene, just one scene in it, which is very dark, and I'd like to have seen them exploring that more. Because there's these blokes, and they're executing people, and he's saying, "What kind of American are you?" You know, and that is important. What answer you give, and that is really interesting. Because because they say I'm American, and what kind of American, and that's so important to think. It's quite a chilling scene.
I'll have to look at Josh's past history to see if he reviewed Civil War.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen more, because to me, the film is, you don't really see a great deal about the Civil War. It's more about their relationships, in my opinion.
I was just going to say, what I was going to say was he although he says he's not a fan, he hasn't said he hated it.
Yeah.
From my point of view, I like it, but it's not the bee's knees of a film. It's just, I liked it to an extent, but it's not a film that's deep.
No, I wouldn't put it as a film that you love, but you can like it.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
I think that's how I see it.
If Clint Eastwood did a film, American Sniper, and that goes deep.
Yeah.
This film is shallow.
Yeah.
Know
Though
what I mean?
sometimes a shallow film you could still love, but I still didn't feel it was a film that I liked it, but I didn't love it.
It's probably a bit like World War Z.
Yeah, it's like I was thinking. You do it this time a year. You think about because people will ask you what are your favorite films that year, and it probably that won't make the list.
No.
But I'd say it'd get an honourable mention, maybe as one that I liked, but it didn't get there.
Yeah, Twisters would get more headlines than Civil War.
Yeah. So we've got Tony York says, Ian, have you heard of The Moonraker, 1957? Set at the time of the escape of Charles II. And this is an interesting period after Charles I's execution. It stars George Baker as the hero, John LeMessurier as Cromwell. Wow, I'd love to see John LeMessurier as Cromwell. And Patrick, and then we'll move down here, Troughton as an army officer. I have it on DVD. Well, that sounds like a fascinating film.
I think we're all going to harvest Magpie or World of Books after this thing, and
if it's Civil War, it's on DVD, possibly The Moonraker. I'll be looking that up.
That's what I mean. I bet we're all going to go to Magpie and World of Books after this.
Yeah, there's not enough films on Civil War, so anything. And Patrick Troughton sells it even more. But John LeMessurier as Cromwell, I'd love to see. That is just the thought of John LeMessurier as Cromwell. But yeah, I put that. Sorry, that's 1957. Yeah, I'll look that up. Brilliant. Anyway, thank you, Tony, for that. Brilliant. Right. So we'll move on to the next one. And we've got, do you ever listen to audio commentary? Oh, wait a minute. There's a bit more there. Did you know James? Oh, no, that's James Well. Okay. So, do you ever listen to audio commentaries? To be honest, I don't on the extras. I never listen. I watch the documentaries, trailers, but I don't listen to any audio commentaries. I don't think I've ever. Maybe it's something I should do, but you sometimes think you've seen a film through, you don't necessarily want to see the film again with the audio commentary. I don't know. I've not really explored audio commentaries, but I always look at the documentaries and everything. But audio commentaries is not something I've really got into. What do you think, Delboy?
Yeah, well, we answered it a couple of weeks ago, and I said I got well into audio commentaries when I got Laserdiscs. It was the first time that you got all these extras that you could split the audio between the film track or whether you wanted to listen to what the director was saying about a scene. So I got into a habit of listening to those religiously because the films were like 50 quid a piece. You know what I mean? I was buying them. So I wanted to watch all of the documentaries and every audio commentary and all of that sort of stuff. I then listened to them a lot in the early days of DVD, but as I've gotten onto Blu-rays and 4Ks, I've listened to the audio commentaries less, but still I still watch the documentaries.
Yeah.
So I still think that they've got a legitimate place.
Mm.
You know? One lovely thing that they did, instead of putting the audio commentary there, they used to separate the soundtrack onto one track, by isolating the score and putting it on.
You get that sometimes, you do still.
That was a lovely thing to do in the early days of DVD. They don't do it so much now, but the simple answer is, I still want them to do it. I still listen to the odd one, but I listen to a heck of a lot more of them in the early days when Laserdisc was around. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Oh, we had Tony Hawk's continuing what we said of Patrick Troughton in that film.
Wow.
Then we've got Jim Jam and movies. Did you know James Whale was born in Dudley? No.
Yeah. That's that.
Is he that talk bloke?
He used to be a reviewer of TV. He used to have a radio TV program. He was on late night on ITV with a sort of a chat show type thing.
Yeah. Is he sort of deliberately trying to be controversial kind of DJ?
He used to interview people that were controversial.
Yeah.
Controversial.
Yeah. Right. Who likes the Army Game? I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
Yeah, I've watched it. I haven't watched it in a long time. I used to like all of the stuff, the Army stuff. You know what I mean? We used to have a lot of it. You know. Then again, in our family, we used to watch all sorts, Tenko and all of that sort of stuff. You know, so we'd watch Army Squaddy stuff and all the time.
I like Colditz.
My dad liked Colditz. David McCallum was in there.
Yeah, fantastic series that was.
But the Army Game, it was good.
Yeah. Who was in that then?
I can't remember. I told you. I said it was bloody years ago.
Well, you never know. You know, you're pretending that you're younger, but you are getting on a bit now. You know.
Okay, the Army Game. The Army Game. What I remember of it, I think it was on the BBC, but I could be wrong. It was an 80s thing, early.
Well, that's for you.
If I remember rightly.
Yeah.
Again, I haven't seen it in 20 years, and and the Army Game is definitely when somebody mentions that, I go, oh yeah, because you don't have to remember the TV series for you to remember for someone to turn around and say, do you remember Tenko?
Yeah.
Right. Because that name rings a bell or it doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Now, I was telling Denny about a early Central squaddy army program that was in its first season, which was about Marines stationed over in Singapore.
Oh.
And I couldn't, and even now, I only saw it 2 months ago on TV on Legends, right?
I'd love to see.
I can't remember the bloody title of it.
Oh, do you know why I'd like to mention that? Because my dad was out in Singapore and Malaya.
Yeah.
After Second World War, just before it got really nasty and
it had a really nice long running story about this black officer that basically wanted to be a sergeant or something. And the army, as much as they loved what all the stuff that he'd been on the special missions and everything, they would not rise him through the ranks because of his color.
Oh, right.
He said they gave him a badge and all of this sort of stuff, and he said a badge doesn't get me anywhere. I want to be a corporal, or I want to be this. And then listen, lad, as long as you keep your nose clean, it's going to happen. But you can't ask us to change this in such a short period of time. So please accept our thanks and all of this sort of stuff. Can't remember what the bloody program was called. It was brilliant. All I can do really is at the end of this is go on to Legends and type in the last 2 months ago an army program, and then I can tell you what it was for. Because I can't remember it even now. But I love all that stuff. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, somebody might know. They might put. We'll see as the string goes on. Seeing you tell how the highlight of my day. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
What was the first memory do you have of visiting the cinema?
Now, I've told this story a million times. Do you want to do your one first?
Yeah, I've probably told my story. But my dad taking me to see Zulu. That's the memory. And I've been absolutely fascinated by it. Just absolutely. And the Zulus and It just fired my imagination. The
It was
colours
like
as well. One thing about
it was like
when you went in cinema.
it was like you going back to the battlefield, wasn't it? I mean, you were there, weren't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
It must have been like a picture book for you to watch that.
Oh, yeah. Oh dear. But yeah, that is my experience. Zulu going to the cinema and just absolutely it sparked my imagination. I wanted to go more to the cinema and I did.
How old were you then?
Sorry?
How old were you when your dad
Well,
took
I
you
would
to
have
see
been
Zulu?
Zulu, probably about 4 or 5. I would have
Seeing
been.
the film Zulu at 4 or 5?
Yeah. Oh, it'd be me dad. My dad didn't bother with war. If it was a war film, my dad was in. And at home, my granddad doing all westerns, stacks of westerns, and then my dad, oh, it's a war film, come on. And my mum used to say, oh, you don't want to take him to see that. Oh, I do, yeah. So
if you were to meet Michael Caine, then he'd be calling you a young lad, then, wouldn't he?
yeah, yeah.
That's a bit weird. That's a bit weird. You're a young whippersnapper, you.
I am. But it's true. My dad, he loved all these war films. I saw so many of the war films of that era, and of course, my first Bond film, "You Only Live Twice." I saw that. Fantastic. Just love that era. All those films like Battle of the Bulge, The Blue Max, Tobruk. Was it Von Ryan's Express?
Ryan's Express.
There's loads of films and just of that era. They were making loads of war films. Yeah. So that's my experience.
Well, like I said, my one's pretty much a tale I've told a million times. We used to have something called Cinema Club. We had an Odeon Canon cinema in my hometown, and on a Saturday, you used to have the kids go down to early Saturday morning cinema, where they'd show cartoons, Flash Gordon serials, all of that sort of stuff, and then they'd show a double bill of films. It used to cost my mum something like 50 pence or something, and she'd send me and my sister there. And the first time that I was there, I think they did the Aristocats and Robin Hood, the cartoon with the animals, the animal versions of Robin Hood.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And then they'd show later on things like Return to Witch Mountain, and I got to see films later on like Meteor and films like that, Condor Man, Meteor, Battle Beyond the Stars, all that sort of stuff, until you grew out of that. You went to the cinema then by yourself. You didn't need that, Star Wars never ended up being a children's cinema thing. That came out in 1978, 77 over here, 78, I think, because it was 77 film, but we got it a bit later on in the year. And I don't think that ever dropped to being a children's thing, because I think they showed it all through the summer holiday, and it was basically watched by just about every kiddie about 15 times. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. So I don't think that ever ended up being a cinema club thing, but yeah. Happy times going to cinema club.
Oh yeah.
Including a drink and popcorn, and you had the Looney Tunes cartoons, you had Flash cereals and all sorts. Right.
Mine had all the usherettes with the big trays with all that orange juice in and a few lollies. And
was she shouting albatross? Albatross! Albatross! Monty Python now. Got any choc ices? Got albatross flavoured choc ice.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Now you don't see. You see, this is the thing. You don't see people anymore that guide you to your seat with a torch.
No.
You don't have
torches.
You don't have somebody saying you can get your choc ices and ice during the break. You have to go to the foyer now to get it.
And God knows how much they charge. Blooming heck.
Yeah.
And well, it's a whole in cinema. Interesting. I suppose I can understand they're trying to keep it going, but they're selling big, specially done buckets of
Oh,
popcorn,
yeah.
which promotes the film and what have you. And
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
selling them for expensive prices. They're going,
That's,
and then they become collectible. I notice, and
I,
people are paying
I,
30 quid or
I,
more.
I
Maybe.
first saw that. I first saw that in America, though. If
Wow,
you if you went to
yeah,
McDonald's, you'd have a Star Trek: The Next Generation cup and toys and all that sort of
yeah,
stuff. If you bought a certain meal, and then
yeah,
you go to the cinema, and of course they all had the cups and everything. You know, it
yeah,
said you can have it in a hard plastic cup, and it will cost you this much, or you can have it in a
yeah,
normal drink
yeah,
container, and it will cost you this. But I've always turned around and said, if you want to get people back into the cinema, the first thing that you've got to do is lower your prices of your food.
yeah. I agree, but
They,
they've
they,
kind of
they,
made it
they went
collectible, haven't they? For
well, they went
people.
downhill for me when they started calling them meals. When they
Oh,
started saying, "Do you want a
yeah,
number one, a number two, or a number three?" And the number one is a popcorn with drink and a hot dog, and number two
oh,
is a bigger popcorn and a medium drink, and this, and the
oh,
number three
yeah,
is the large with the blah blah blah. I just turn around and I go, you're selling me carbonated water with syrup,
yeah,
with popcorn that's basically all it is air,
yeah,
right? And you're charging me £10.50 by saying it's a meal deal.
yeah. It's
And
a
I'm
not a
just going
meal.
bollocks to that.
Yeah,
It's cost you 50 pence to make this stuff, and you're charging me £10 for it.
yeah.
And
And the,
there's no way that you can fool us any longer into thinking that anything other than profiteering out of you guys,
yeah,
because it
and
is.
they don't like people bringing their own stuff in. I bet.
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
I bet the yeah. Oh, I can just go to uh, Poundland and get all these things really
Well,
cheap. Yeah,
that's what we
they're
used
not
to
going to
do
get
back in
that
the
here.
day. We used to wear the biggest coat with the biggest pockets going
Yeah,
going into the cinema, and then you'd open your can of pop when the music was
yeah,
at its loudest, so you couldn't
yeah,
hear it go. Shh, you know
yeah,
what I mean? You open it up. So I mean, it's bollocks to them all now.
yeah.
Yeah,
Then we've got Tony Hawk says Lorna Doone is good for depicting the time around the glorious 1688 revolution that you mentioned, Ian. The 2000 BBC adaptation is my favourite, also on DVD. Oh, it's Lorna Doone. I didn't know that about Lorna Doone. I've heard the
yeah.
name before. I didn't know it was the second one, 1688.
I'm well into all that stuff because I've been watching things like the
Yeah.
Tudors just recently and all of that. The White
Oh,
Queen
right.
and all
Yeah.
that. So I love all that stuff now. As I've
Uh,
gotten older, you see.
yeah. Oh, well, it's true. Yeah. Mind you, I've always loved history. History's always been there. And then Tony Hawk says, "Evening, James." Um, Jim Jam says, "I've been watching plays for Britain. Some of those stories were a bit controversial, even for the time they were transmitted."
Yeah.
Um,
Boys from
yeah,
the Black.
I think everybody might remember. Was it BBC had a series these series of plays, and there was one I think called "Kathy Come Home," and it was all about it got raised in Parliament, and there was a big thing about it. So they were quite a big thing. These play for today's and what have you.
They were.
Um,
So
yeah.
where, I mean, Boys from the Black stuff came out from
Oh
play,
yeah, that was a great one, wasn't it? That was
from famous playwright,
yeah.
and stuff.
Wow. Yeah,
And
I remember.
they always used to have play for today and all
Yeah.
that stuff.
Yeah, they don't have things like that anymore, do they? It's just
Oh.
a shame. I think it's people think it's I don't know, old fashioned or something. I don't know.
They always used to have famous actors and actresses that
Yeah,
were
yeah,
on the stage doing a one-off play that was based around I don't know, Newcastle in the 1970s or something,
yeah,
and it was about a family that was going through the
yeah.
riots or whatever it was, or it
But
was always a big thing.
I think BBC got some quite famous playwriters and
Oh, they
that
did,
doing
yeah,
plays, and so it was quite an outlet. But
yeah,
you
because
don't have that nowadays.
then they'd interview the writer, and
Yeah.
say, you know, you're well known
Yeah.
for doing these plays. What you know.
Yeah.
When we talk about your life, did you live half of this stuff? And there'd be people that would be doing those types of questions to them,
Yeah.
and then they'd show the play, or
Yeah.
that would be at the end of the play. You know, I used to love
Yeah.
all that. It used to be on BBC Two a lot. That's what I used to
I
watch.
think the idea was that people thought, oh, going to theatre's a bit, you know, snooty, or just it's not for them. It's not a working class thing. Whereas if you bring it onto the TV, it might get people more interested in plays, and then they might go along to theatre. I think that might have been some of the logic behind that, and why. But nowadays, who goes to theatre to see plays as much? I don't know. I imagine musicals are the only sort of area where people go to theatre, which is a shame. That it's still going on theatre, isn't it? It's just that you don't hear much about it. But actors have to make a living, and
I remember watching some like Harold Pinter stuff and all that.
Oh yeah.
I can't think of the names now. It's really annoying me.
It is famous. What is it? Who's it? Waiting for Godot. There's always on about that.
Oh yeah. Waiting for Godot is great, isn't it? I mean, there's so many comedians that play Waiting for Godot.
Yeah,
because it's two tramps, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's one that's mentioned a lot, isn't it? But, I don't know. It's something that died out. They don't have play for today. But I mean, you think of all some of the great series that they used to have that have kind of gone out of fashion. It's like Thriller. Do you remember the Thriller series? Everybody talks about how good
yeah.
But they wouldn't do anything like that nowadays. You know, it's of its time, kind of, which is a shame.
I was just seeing if I can think of some other names, but I'm just looking at them. I can't think of any. They'll come to me.
I mean, the BBC sometimes have carried on the tradition of trying to create sort of plays put together and stories and encouraging writers, but it never seems to take off. I don't know. That's how it is. It's different anyhow, I suppose now. We've got says evening Tony mate. Jim Jam moves on TV. A series I really need to get into is Parkin's Patch. Remember, Tony recommended it a few weeks ago. Is that the one with? Is that the Bruce Forsyth one you were showing? Or am I wrong on that one? Or is that something else? I know Jim Jam was showing a network video. It's probably not Parkin's Patch. It's probably something else.
No, I remember it came up a couple of weeks ago, and I know that Jim Jam recently just brought up what I've picked up today, and it was and I think it was Parkin's Patch. Can't quite remember though.
Because there's one where Bruce Forsyth's in a.
He was only in one sitcom, and that was what.
Let's have a look. Del, watch first episode of the night of Wow, what a show!
Yeah, and I gave him a Blu-ray of a box set called The Night Of.
Oh right, I get you. Yeah.
No, I thought that doesn't get a lot of airing. Nobody really talks about that show, but it was a fantastic HBO.
Right, yeah.
Because he was watching Band of Brothers at the time, and I remember.
Right, I get you. Yeah.
I remember thinking I'd like to get Jim Jam some. It was the first thing I bought for him, and I thought, oh, nobody talks about this. I'm pretty sure he'd like this. It is something that everybody, I think, should own or watch. The Night Of.
Yeah.
It's very cheap to get. You can buy it on Blu-ray for £9 something, and it's like 8 episodes or something, and it's like.
Yeah,
you know, it's like 500-600 minutes long. It's great. It tells of a guy that didn't commit a murder, but they take it that he did because of all the circumstantial evidence.
Yeah.
He stole his dad's taxi, went into town to have a party because he'd just turned 20 or 21 or something, and he met this girl. There's two racists walked down the street calling him a Muslim and all sorts of stuff. he finally goes sort of like on a semi-date with her that night, goes back to the apartment. Somebody spiked something in that time inside the house, and he wakes up next to her with 37 stab wounds.
Wow. Yeah.
He's scared to death and tries to hide the knife because the knife is in his hand, even though he didn't do it or whatever. And he's fleeing away in the taxi, and the police pull him over. Right? The police then put him in the back of the police van. They get an emergency call to go to this address, and it's the address he's just ran from.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say any more than that, but it just goes on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
It's a very good, good sort of drama-y thing. It's brilliant.
He says the usual gang here on a Wednesday. Let's push the boat out and have a Horlicks and a bourbon cream. Yeah, bourbon cream. Yeah, I like bourbons. Yeah.
Yeah. I like bourbons because they're 32 pence.
Yeah, you've got it.
They don't cost very much.
Landry.
Only custard creams are cheaper.
Yeah, but
they're 28 pence. They're 28.
Yeah, custard creams. Oh dear. Jim Demo says, "What's your favorite musical sequence?" Oh,
in what way? What as a piece of music, as a dance routine, as a music?
Is that in a film? I presume musical.
I can tell you my favorite sequence of music in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I can tell you a favorite music routine in Little Shop of Horrors, which is more a musical. I don't know. Are you asking in a TV series? Anyway, in Little Shop of Horrors, my favorite would be The Dentist with Steve Martin. I've always loved in Star Trek: The Motion Picture the Enterprise flyby when they're flying past the Enterprise for the first time.
Yeah.
It's a lovely musical score that's there. I mean, then there's another musical sequence that's in Lawrence of Arabia where you first see the sweeping desert.
Yes,
and Lawrence is first positioned over there, and you see in the distance Omar Sharif coming towards the camera. He's at a well. That was a fantastic musical sequence there. I don't know. There's all sorts. What's I mean? Can you think of a music? Like Greece, something from Greece or something?
Oh no, please no.
I
don't like Greece.
What are we talking about here?
Yeah, I don't. I presume he must. Well, perhaps it does mean a film. I don't know.
I mean, you could even turn around and say the main theme to Tomorrow People with that hand that comes toward you is a musical sequence. I don't know.
I know if he means a musical sequence in a film, say a musical, I would say Toot Sweets from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I actually love that, the way it's all choreographed, and Dick Van Dyke is absolutely brilliant in it. And I like the ending when all the dogs come in after ruining everything. But it's such a wonderful sequence that in the film with the Toot Sweets.
I'll tell you what, I like. This is very unusual, but I like the very beginning of that film where it's just where it's got no singing in it. It's Bang Bang theme that's played when the car is in its prime.
That's right. That's good.
It crashes at the beginning.
Yeah,
and that's when the kiddies are playing with it in a scrapyard. I mean, but that whole fanfare and the Chitty Bang Bang fanfare with no.
I love that film so much.
Is great.
I'd say it's my favorite musical, but it's more than that. It's one of my all-time favorite films. I'll put it in all categories, and it's one I watch every Christmas.
Willy
one of my
Wonka's got
Christmas
some.
films. I watch it every Christmas.
Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory has got some fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, it has. Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I like watching sometimes at Christmas films that are not Christmas films. It makes a change as well. And Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is always.
Although I will watch The Amazing Mr. Blunden at Christmas.
Oh yeah,
it's not really a Christmas film,
yeah.
but it is.
I can manage Railway Children as well. I quite like to watch at Christmas.
Yeah.
Some
Secret Garden, and
there's all sorts. But Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is special to me. Yeah, definitely. No, I will watch Home Alone if you do want a Christmas one. We'll probably do answering question too early. We'll get that nearer Christmas. But yeah, Home Alone I still enjoy.
Would you be against them making another Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Yes.
Like they did with Wonka, like they did Wonka last year, didn't they? So
yeah, I don't think you couldn't. No.
You say they couldn't, but I bet you any money in 2 years' time there'll be a bloody Chitty Chitty Bang Bang coming out.
It would be awful. Yeah, Disney get hold of it. Could you imagine? Disney get hold of it. Oh my God, what they would do! I don't even like to think about some of the things they would do, making it all.
Well, this is where I'm turning round and saying there's going back to the well, which I don't mind them doing every now and again, but there's certain stuff that I think is sacrilege to touch.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm with you and say, you don't touch Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, right?
Please.
You just do not touch it.
Yeah.
I thought that about The Amazing Mr. Blunden, but actually when I saw the Sky production that was done,
it
wasn't actually too bad. The nice thing about it was given into the hands of that guy that does Doctor Who. What's his name?
Moffat.
No. The one who writes, but it's mostly as an actor in it all the time.
Gatiss,
yeah. And he recreated the end sequence to The Amazing Mr. Blunden, where all the actors went goodbye.
Oh, that's good.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
which is just showing what a true fan he was.
Yes, he's a good guy.
He
was in charge of Doctor Who.
He did First Men in the Moon.
Yes,
for the BBC, and he did quite a good job with that. He didn't go too far beyond what that film is. You know what I mean? So I'm quite happy with that.
I wish he'd take over as showrunner. I don't like saying showrunner, producer of Doctor Who. I really wish he'd be perfect candidate. I don't think he'd have any of the agenda that
Disney would never hire him.
No, that's shame.
No.
Oh. Anyhow, I'm going Doctor Who again. So I don't know if we've really answered your question, but we've done best.
We gave him a number of musical sequences.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Right. Stephen Moles. Hey up, Ian and Delboy. Just been watching some of Ian's old videos. Oh God. If you want a good laugh, Delboy, check him out. There you are.
I said to Ian the other day, I said, Ian, if you count up all your videos, bloody hell. I mean, Christ, you do something like 27 a week. Bloody hell. I've said it in every blog I do. I said, look at this guy's output. Look, he's done my favorite films, right? For these years. There's 7 of them. Then there's 2 bloody music albums, plus an episode of X-Files, plus an episode of Doctor Who, plus 2 films, plus going live with me, plus bloody hell, the guy don't stop. What the hell? Makes me feel bad. I'm a young whippersnapper, and he's doing 15 times my output.
Yeah, but I couldn't do your blog. Your blog is brilliant.
Like Steve's Gaming's another person, right? I've started. I tell you what, my Saturday prep, right? What I do on a Saturday is prep my blog, right?
Yeah.
No word of a lie. An hour and a half is counting up what you've done, what Robert's Retro Gaming has done, and what Steve's Gaming has done. I have to write it down because I have to write down what it's called. I have to put Oh, it's episode season 2,
Yeah, he was loads of
episode
it.
13, X-Files. You know, I mean, I can't just put, oh, he did an X-Files episode.
Yeah, you have to.
That'd be boring. I have to write down exactly what it is.
Yeah,
So
I know.
imagine what it's like with games as well. Then with Steve,
Yeah.
He's done 32
Yeah.
Spectrum games, and
Yeah.
one called Homebrew, and one called
Yeah. Well, actually, this week you've done a lot of these game videos, haven't you?
Oh, that's because look, I want
yeah.
to do a film one.
Which is brilliant. No, I think it's good what you've been doing.
I told you what the film one I was gonna do, but it's changed, and I'll just
right.
explain.
Yeah.
You've already done this, but I haven't yet, and that
Yeah.
is Denny sent us a lot of films. Right?
Yeah.
And when he sent mine, he put in a film Blu-ray in the box set that was something I didn't ask for.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and went, "You bastard!" You know, because I mean, I'm not very good at accepting gifts, but you know, it's one of the first gifts anybody's sent to me, to be quite honest. So of course, I'm taken aback by it. You know, I mean, it happens to you an awful lot, but I'm pretty sure each time it happens to you, you become more and more appreciative of it.
I do.
You know
I appreciate everything that everybody said.
When it's the first time it's happened to you, I was sort of like tears, if you see what I mean.
It is just
Bob Art sent me that poster, and that just about showed me how I was feeling.
Yeah.
So anyway, he sent me a film that we've been talking about the last 4 weeks, right? So I don't want to name it.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do as a review, but of course I need to watch it, and I then need to research it a little bit and then do it.
Of course.
A service. The game one is very simple, right? I wanted a challenge, right? And it's very easy for me to switch on my little games console, and I can get somebody to say, name a random game, just a random game, right? And all I'm going to do is just switch that on, and you can watch me play it, and then I'll go at the end whether I liked it or not. Now that takes 10 minutes.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
No time whatsoever and no research needed. And basically it's fun because you see me die a lot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is why Steve is so happy, because he's just seen me going, "You bastard git, you alien git, you sodding frigging Russian bastard." Whatever it is, you know, that's going on in the game, you know, it could be a war game, you know, with Russians and all sorts of stuff, right? And it's fun. It's fun to do, and you know, you just see me get more and more frustrated with it, and just going, "Oh, you git, just past you, you sod," etc., right? And it's just fun. And you know, when you watch a film, it takes you 2 hours to watch the film, plus do the research, plus do
it takes a long time,
and then record it. And you're talking 3 or 4 hours of your day.
Longer sometimes.
I'm at the moment trying to rehabilitate, where I'm trying to look after my mum, go for a walk, shopping, and do whatever I can, and then so these little videos have been my sort of like thank you to people that have watched my stuff. They take 10 minutes to do, and they get to see some fun, and then I'll get back to doing the film stuff. I need to get a number of films watched. Do you see what I mean? I need to watch a load of films, then go, right, I've got a load now that I can start talking about. You know what I mean? So I could do Robin Hood because I just watched that. But of course, I've got this one that I want to do because Denny sent me a film. It's one of the first films anybody's ever sent me as a gift. So you know, I want to personally thank him. You know. And you got the same. He sent a load of stuff to you.
I know. I just. Overwhelming. It's just so kind. Really, it's really nice.
He paid the postage and everything.
It's really nice. You know, just fantastic. What can I say? Actually, when I'm doing my reviews now, I'm thinking, God, I'm going to be spending a lot of time on this. Therefore, I quite like the X-Files, because the X-Files, it's only about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, 45, isn't it? 45
and then I do the research and record it. So it's quite a reasonable time I spend on it. But then, like a Doctor Who 6-parter comes up, and I'm thinking, oh God, I've got 6 parts to watch.
Yes, 2 hours.
Do the research on that, record it, and it's a long operation.
It's 2 hours to that is, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can't avoid. You can't say I don't want to skip it, but the thing is, 6-parters. If you're really into it, it never seems like 6 parts.
And I'll tell you something. I thought about doing last week, and this is something that between you guys, this is a news flash to everybody that's watching at the moment.
Yeah.
Your X-Files stuff is something that I've been watching quite a lot, and I really enjoy them. Right, and I've been dicing to do Quinn Martin's The Invaders myself.
Oh wow!
Starting from season 1, episode 1 of The Invaders.
That'd be great.
And doing an episode guide,
Yeah, why not? Why not?
And I've got the DVDs out because they've never been brought out. I've got them all out.
Yeah,
and I've been thinking about doing that.
Because
just to let you know, I have been thinking of doing that.
Interesting guest stars as well, and you get the whole background and everything. Oh, it'd be well worth it. Something like that would be great.
You know who did the theme to The Invaders, don't you?
No, go and tell me a bit more about the theme.
Dominic Fontier, who did The Outer Limits.
Oh, well, I know. Yeah, wow.
But it's so famous, isn't it? The Invaders.
Yeah.
Coming from Mars, weren't they? He said, all of that sort of
it's
stuff.
It's an iconic series.
It's the voiceover at the beginning that basically just does it for me. That music, which is all brass. If you listen to it, it's all. If you think about it, it's all brass. Instrument, right?
So, how long an episode is it? About an hour.
50. You remember it was part 1.
So that's not bad.
It was what did they call it? They called it part 1, not part 1. They called it epilogue and all of that. Didn't they?
I think that's quite doable for you, really.
It was in 4 parts, wasn't it? You had part 1, part 2, part 3, and epilogue. But it wasn't called.
You'd be all right.
It was called something else.
It's not too long.
It was David Vincent who was looking for a shortcut that he never found.
Yeah.
And on a lonely road near a diner, this spaceship comes down.
Yeah,
sees it.
Yeah.
And now, but the second season was weak. I mean, the second season was weak.
Yeah.
He tried to set up little gangs around the whole of America. The protagonists, that were basically that had seen them as well and set them up. That to me was the downside. The first season was just top notch, because I used to get teased when I was at school because The Invaders was being repeated. This is no word of a lie. I used to drink with my little finger out like this, right? And of course, The Invaders were well known by not having their hands done correctly. They had a crooked finger, right? The Invader. They used to call me The Invader because I used to drink with my little finger out like that. That's fun days. That always used to make me laugh. I never used to think about somebody winding me up. I used to think that was great. But anyway, I might do The Invaders.
I hope so. I think it's worth doing. Yeah. Any big sort of classic series, well worth doing.
Oh, bloody hell, it'd take me forever to do the streets of San Francisco. Yeah. Wouldn't it? Bloody hell.
I mean, I've been X-Files. I have to do them every week. Otherwise, we'd be here till I've been dead by the time I've finished it. So, there's quite a lot of episodes to get through. So I have to. I intend to do the lot, but it's going to be a big project. But this is a bit of a thing. I suppose it's like if you're doing a YouTube channel, it's a good thing to do because it means you have some content every week for certain. So if you get something big like X-Files, it means I'd make sure I do my Doctor Who and X-Files. There's certain content I have every week. And that's good because you need it, sometimes you think.
Yeah, they're stay points, aren't they?
Yeah. So it's good to have something like that, an ongoing series. Right. Let's see what we've got here now. We've got Tony saying, love Deathline. Christopher Lee as a fleeting appearance. Yeah, Mind the
Yeah.
doors. That's it. Yes, that's the saying. Mind the doors. Yes. Sally Robson says,
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
yeah, the good, the bad, and was 2 hours and 59 minutes long.
Yeah, that's
It
the
was
that is
35mm print.
that is the one with the Civil War stuff put back
Yeah,
in.
yeah. Actually, I didn't realize it was quite as long as that.
Yeah, but the Civil War stuff, if I remember rightly, was 35 minutes extra put back
Oh
in.
wow! Oh right.
Otherwise, the film was about 2 hours, 2
I'm
hours
trying
10.
to think if I saw the Civil War bits. I don't know.
You'd know. You'd know if you did, because basically it's a lot of people in uniform and that sitting around at stations that they actually, because they blow up the bridge because of the Civil War.
Do you know? I think when I watched it, I don't think I saw the Civil War, but I must have saw the other. Yeah, I'm just thinking back. It's a long time ago.
Haven't you got it on? Haven't you got it on Blu-ray?
Sorry.
Haven't you got it on Blu-ray?
No, I haven't got it yet. No, I will get it. Yeah. Tony York says Lee. Oh, yeah, Christopher Lee was.
Yeah, Christopher Lee.
Stephen Moll says Ian and Delboy. Have you seen the TV movie Terror at London Bridge, starring David Hasselhoff?
Yeah, I have.
He just said it as a cop tracking down Jack the Ripper, who, by time travel, appears from London past, killing women.
I have. It was bloody awful.
Is it? Is it? Well, Hasselhoff doesn't inspire you, does it?
Oh no, honestly, this was back in the days where Knight Rider was.
Oh,
I think it was off the back of Knight Rider. I think it was just afterwards. I just remember him running along London Bridge.
Oh, crikey.
It was bloody awful. It really was.
Yeah.
It's funny, bloody awful, though. Do you know what I mean? It was like, you know. I remember it. I remember it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. He don't try an English accent, does he?
No.
Okay, comes for that. Who is your favorite Doctor Who companion? Now that's a good question, because there's been such a lot.
Go on then.
Can we do a classic and then modern Who? So I can choose two.
Well, what do you class as modern? You mean the stuff
that's from 2005?
2005. Oh, okay.
Modern Who. For any companions from 2005 and then classic Who before.
All right then. I'll have to think about that myself then.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll just make it a bit more interesting. You say I thought to do that. Let's see. I think I have to say the obvious one, really. And the obvious one is Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane was just so wonderful in the role. And as we know, she had the spin-off series as well.
Yeah.
But there's something about Sarah Jane. I do like Jo a lot. I was just thinking, I've got to like Jo even more recently, watching, her appearances. But something about Sarah Jane, she's really good. She's just so good. And it's so sad in a way that she died relatively young.
Yeah.
It really is. It was a bit of a shock, wasn't it?
No, you could even count Sarah Jane in the 2005s.
Yeah. It was a shock. I think it was a shock to everyone,
because she was in David Tennant's era, and she was in her own TV series with the rest. So,
and she didn't complete the series she was doing, because she'd done, I don't know, quite a few of the series at Sarah Jane Adventures.
Yeah.
I think I have to choose her, really, because she was. I mean, there are other ones that I point to, but I think Sarah Jane just was a great companion.
Yeah,
definitely. That's my choice.
You haven't done 2000.
No, new series. I'll tell you who I liked a lot, and I think she was underused, was Martha. And she did get, at least in Torchwood. She's a great character. I liked her. I know a lot of people go for Donna, probably, or Rose, but I thought Martha was good. She was a doctor, and yeah, she was good. I liked her. I think that's it. Yeah.
It's a very hard question because to me, I mean, obviously the first one that comes up is Sarah Jane.
Yeah.
But I did like Fraser Hines, Jamie.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
You know, and I could even turn around and say that of the later of the classic series, I liked things like Nissa and Tegan. They worked quite well together. But I'll obviously have to go with Sarah Jane because I think that's the one that I saw the most when I was growing up. Because as I told you, I saw the turning of John Pertwee into Tom Baker. So of course she was in the first 2 seasons of Doctor Who. So of course she would have been at my age where I'd have gone, oh yeah, she's brilliant. And I think somebody who doesn't get mentioned an awful lot that wasn't too bad in the new seasons of Doctor Who was that one called Billy.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah. She was good.
I thought she was very well used at the end where she was turned into Cyberman.
Yeah.
And where they explained where the tear comes from.
Yeah.
I thought all of that was really good. And she really played that really well.
I think that was Capaldi's best season with Bill. It was definitely his best season. Yeah.
So, I mean, otherwise, I could name the obvious Rose and Donna and all that sort of stuff. And those were fun. But I think actually, when I think back at it, I think Bill was really quite good. Actually. Even although very diverse, because she was again a person that was, either gay or a lesbian or whatever it is, which can turn people off, because of their sexuality.
Yeah.
But it's actually, I'm actually thinking of her as a character in her stories, really. So I'm not going to think of her as being labelled.
Well, they didn't make a thing of it. They just were that character. That's how it was then. And everybody accepted that. It's not something that fuss was made about it.
But I think it's pretty obvious Sarah Jane was going to be there.
Yeah.
I
have, as I say,
I'm too old from 2 old sods like us.
Yeah, I think Joe. Now I've rewatched all the third Doctor stories. I rather got to like Joe and Anne because her friendship in real life with John Pertwee, she was a great friend as well of his in real life, really starts to show. I didn't realize that as much. So I've got quite a soft spot, I think, for Joe, but obviously Sarah Jane is the character. But Joe was a good character, and I liked their relationship with John Pertwee. You could tell they got on together. You really did.
Yeah. Wonderful. I could equally say they're the same, like for Victoria with Patrick Troughton and all that.
Yeah.
I could say the same thing. Jo Grant was sort of like, she was almost like, when I first saw her and I look back at her very first story and all of that sort of stuff, she seemed like she'd just come out of university, just come out of school or something, and was there to make the doctor a cup of tea.
Yeah, well, they changed that, but yes, at the beginning, her character fits into that stereotype that we've talked about the screaming companion.
I do think when the Doctor started to leave the planet Earth, stories really did start to go up a little bit.
They kind of, I think, as it developed, they kind of did get that affection for each other, which was really good done. Which, because nowadays they don't do it like that. It's all sex and stuff. Whereas then it was all done just as a good relationship, and I thought it was really nice.
Yeah.
Let's see, we've got Tony says, never seen any Will Hay films. Well, I haven't really. I've heard of them, but
you were in them.
No,
because you were in them. That's why.
Thank you. Steve Moore says, another good TV movie to check out. Crawl's Pace, 1972, starring Arthur Kennedy, Teresa Wright, and Tom Happer. Bad Ronald, starring Scott Jacoby and Kim Hunter. I've heard of Kim Hunter. It's a good TV film as well.
I don't think I've seen either of those.
No.
No. I have to remember those. Crawl
Yeah.
Space and Bad Ronald.
Yeah. Thank you, Del. That's good of you. There you are.
Yeah, I'll put him in the safe list. I don't know quite what's going on there.
Jim Jam Movies and TV. Network released DVDs of British musicals from the 30s. In each volume, you get 4 films. These can be found cheap on World of Books. Oh, yeah, World of Books. Yeah. Yeah, because everybody would think of musicals, Hollywood. So British musicals in the 1930s is quite a different area.
Well, all Jim Jam needs to do actually is look at that box set of Abbott and Costello, and you'll know that there are musical numbers all the way through those things.
Yeah.
They'd go into a nightclub and there would be some musical thing going on, and that's where there'd be a musical in it. But when you talk about British musicals, I wonder if you know things like West Side Story. I thought you were talking about.
I mean, British musicals. It's not.
But in the 30s, they would have done the. I mean, they did really big dance routines, didn't they? You know,
well, the Busby Berkeley things were Hollywood and all that kind of thing going on. But I don't know what they were like, British musicals in the 1930s. How good or bad they were.
I know they were lavish. I know they were lavish with their costume designs.
Yeah.
Doing lots of patterns in circles and things like that, where they sort of like do little marches. Not marches. But you know what I mean?
Were they imitating Hollywood, or did they have their own sort of?
All I was getting at is that Hollywood and musicals, and even British musicals, used to love doing that thing where you see lots of dancers, not on stage. I'm talking about a great big ballroom sequence.
That's right. Yeah, I can see it.
Be around the circle. The camera would pan up, and you'd see them from the top.
Right.
Be doing stars and things.
Yeah,
they'd lay down and lift their legs up, and all of this sort of stuff. I just know that they did a lot of that.
Yeah,
in the 30s.
So they were copying Americans then.
I would have thought so. Yeah.
Jim Jam was a TV revisited the first Beetlejuice before seeing new one. I know Ian wasn't a fan. Did you like it, Deli?
Well, I can answer it simply. I've done exactly the same. I watched the first Beetlejuice, then I went to see Beetlejuice. And I said to Josh when I came out, because I had a little not a private conversation. I just basically said to him, it's similar, but it's about 15 years too late. I thought that the first film was a very, very average film. Very average. I remember it and thought it's not despicable, but it's not brilliant. Danny Elfman, the score sort of like did it for me and made it a very stylized type film. Then again, Casper was a stylized film. If you ever watched Casper back in the day, that was a stylized sort of like film. So Beetlejuice to me was similar sort of effects. They haven't done CGI. They've done they've done makeup effects and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But if you weren't a fan of Beetlejuice, then you're not going to be, I think, going away as a fan of Beetlejuice. And if you've never seen a Beetlejuice film and Beetlejuice is your first film, and you like it, then fair play to you. You're going to like
other one,
you'll probably like the first one.
Yeah.
To me, I just came away going, I wasn't. What's the word? Trying to see my brain's gone at the moment. I wasn't upset by it, and I wasn't what's the word? Not upset. It didn't
do anything for you, really.
No, it's not about why it didn't do anything for you. It didn't. I can't think of the word, so I'll just leave it there. It's an average film that should have been more at this age, and then
You're quite underwhelmed by it, really.
film. It's a
Not
film out
done.
of place
Yeah,
because it should have been done 15 years earlier.
yeah,
Yeah, that's all I can say, really.
yeah,
I'll think of that word in a minute, and it will go. Oh
yeah.
yeah, that's what I meant. There you go.
But I do know that people are fans of the series. It's had quite a bit. So whether they think this film is, I would imagine if you like the first Beetlejuice film,
Well, the only
you
thing was,
probably think this one is good, but not as good.
I
Usually, as the first one.
I just said to myself, "Where's Gina
Yeah,
Davis? Where's if you're going to do a film like this and you bring different actors and actresses in, you've got to have a story that says why you're doing that because a lot of people wanted to know where Gina Davis was.
yeah,
I think that's what a lot of people were asking the question. Well, why
yeah,
was he in it? Why wasn't all of that sort of stuff? So yeah, that's all. It
yeah,
was okay. It was average.
yeah.
It wouldn't. It's not even going to be mentioned in the as a whisper of the films that I watched that entertained me this
Yeah.
year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'll probably be buying the steel book though of it, won't you?
I've ordered the steelbook of
Oh,
it.
you've already. Oh
That
God,
doesn't,
it's
that,
already.
that
Yeah,
doesn't mean anything. That just,
yeah,
I mean, I remember
yeah, yeah,
Beetlejuice because I'll tell you what they've done with Beetlejuice. They've reissued Beetlejuice. They've done a steel book of Beetlejuice, and they've also done a double pack of Beetlejuice and Beetlejuice in the same tin set, so that you can have both.
oh,
Right. So for this covers the whole ground in regards to do you just want one of the films or do you want both of the films? You know what I mean?
mm,
So that's that double pack of Beetlejuice is going to be great for people that have never, haven't got a copy of that film and want both together because then you've got the whole package. I mean, you've covered yourself, haven't you? But yeah, they've gone overboard with the amount of versions there are out for
yeah.
that. Yeah.
But as I say, it does have people who really do love it, which is good luck to them. If you enjoy that film, then that's great. Um, and there's been a bit of, I noticed, merchandise and stuff, so that's great. Stephen Mole says, I don't think any of the actors keep the money. I think they donate it to one of their chosen charities. What's that in connection?
Not sure what that's about.
No, I'm just. What were we talking, Steve? I don't know. Yeah. He might enlighten us on this. I'll see if any more comments.
Might have been about a conversation we were talking about earlier.
Steve Moss, Speak No Evil with James McAvoy is up for pre-order on HMV. Also, there's a film called Blink Twice starring Channing Tatum, which looks good. Also up for pre-order.
I've heard of Blink Twice.
Yeah. HMV have got it there. So. And then Jim Jamuzati was thinking of revisiting one of my series I recorded on the channel, Pick the Flick. Well, go ahead, do some. It'd be good to see.
So he was thinking of
He had a series called Pick the Flick, and I think he's on about it.
I'll think of one for him.
Yeah, I think it was asking various people to choose a film. And
I'll answer this question quickly, and then I'm going to let you carry on just for a minute because I need to just go to the for a moment.
Oh yeah, you better answer this one.
What Spider-Man film do you think is the weakest in the franchise? That would be the very first Homecoming. It very much is a film that divides opinion. Tom Holland's first one. I think most people gather now that the trilogy with Tobey Maguire isn't bad, although it's got the third film is quite weak. But on revisiting it, it's not bad. Andrew Garfield's two, they're not terrible, but they don't have anything that's hasn't been seen or done before. There's no wow factor and there's no real expansion of the character. But Homecoming really divided people because it really was going back to school.
Yeah.
That school element really pisses off people that are long-term fans of the Spider-Man
Yeah.
franchise, because we've been waiting years and years and years for the perfect Spider-Man film, and we want to see it when he's more the adult
Yeah.
than he is in his childhood, if you see
Yeah.
what I mean. So even I have trouble with Homecoming. I mean, it really, the other reason for Homecoming being weak is he was always Tony Stark's sort of like fanboy.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
He wasn't his own. Spider-Man is supposed to be a character that's growing up and learning about life and all the trials and tribulations. You know, his Aunt May not having enough money, for him having to don the costume and sell his photographs to the Bugle. J.
Yeah.
Jonah Jameson always turning around and making Spider-Man look the enemy. It was all about, why is everybody against me? Why is it that every time I try and do good, everything is bad? Under Tony Stark, it was all about what tech he could give him and all of this sort of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, Homecoming will always be the weakest. And it
Yeah.
got better, you know. The second one, he was
Yeah.
getting a bit older. The third one is finished. You know,
Yeah.
he's out of school. He's now going into high school. He's had the multiverse. He's met the other two and said, bigger and stronger things are going to be happening to you, young lad. You know, because they're obviously older and they came
Yeah.
across as older. You know what I mean? They said later on in life, I learned, you know, about death and life and all of this sort of stuff. He's only just had the death of his Aunt May in that third film. So yeah, the next film is obviously going to be a cut above the others. But I'll just mute the mic and just and the camera. I'll be back in a moment. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll talk a little bit. For me, Spider-Man, I don't think we needed all these origin stories again. You know, you have them, and then a new Spider-Man and we start again. We don't need all those. I think in many ways I'll agree with Delboy that I prefer a more experienced Spider-Man, and the way Spider-Man reacts in that way is far more interesting. I mean, I'm not an expert on superheroes and that. You know, I just watch the films and that. I'm not into comics, but I think looking at Spider-Man, it's something now that we've got a certain view of what he's like, and we want to see that develop. We don't want to see sort of a young teen growing up anymore. We want an older one facing life's responsibilities as well, you know, which is, I think, far more important, you know, maybe in his relationships, you know, having a proper relationship, focusing on that and how that affects him being Spider-Man. And there's all sorts. I mean, we got that obviously of the sad bit of the film where she doesn't know who he is. I mean, that is I kind of like that kind of thing where it's a bit more sort of heavier and not as light but darker in that sense, and tragic, because if sometimes, I suppose this is the thing about superheroes, if you notice, like with Batman they always have this kind of tragic darkness walking with them, and seeing that, I think it is kind of, it makes it more interesting, I think. But yeah, you want to see him now, how he is as a more experienced adult in life. That's what you want to see, I think, rather than all again. Hopefully, I say the new film will take it further and develop those sort of storylines. Oh, hopefully, you know, about how you cope with problems in as an adult, an experienced adult. That's how I'd like to see it anyhow, because I think Batman's always better when some people say he's perhaps too broody and going on and the dark sides. That is good. Though I'm contradicting myself here because obviously I love Batman when it's the 60s Batman, which is nothing like this dark one, and I suppose ultimately it's more fun. And maybe Spider-Man. I don't know enough about its history and its comics of how it goes, but it seems not as much sort of. It seems a more heavier kind of the way they've done it, I suppose. The origins bit is obviously how people, and once you've seen it, it's great, but then that's it. And I'm rambling on, aren't I? Right, let's see what else we've got. We've got Jim Jones saying, what TV show do you think would make a good film? I'm not mentioning the Fall Guy, laugh out loud. That was awful. Yeah, I know everybody's been saying about the Fall Guy. I think you'd have to think of something that was not. I don't know. That's a good question. I could say an obvious one, from my sci-fi kind of viewpoint, which it'd be good to have some sort of Blake 7 film. The ideas in those early episodes of the Blake 7 done in a new spin could be good, but I don't think that would happen. Maybe it's kind of past its sell-by date. I don't know. I don't know. I think you could do maybe something about that. But you see, they've tried these things before, and it doesn't always work out well, which is a shame. I don't know. In a way, I know this is kind of this is going back, but there was a TV series that I really did love, and maybe it just wouldn't work nowadays. But if you could do a variation on the Land of the Giants, would be interesting in a sort of context, modern context. Maybe seeing it from the giant viewpoint rather than the ones that crash, when the small people. Maybe that would be interesting. I don't know, but there was always something interesting in there. It's just a shame that the series got cancelled. I always loved the series. It's one of those things. I like the ideas behind Land of Giants, and maybe they could do something. It would be obviously very different in style and how it was in the 60s. But there is something there that could be interesting. I can't think of anything else that appeals. I mean, they tried it with Lost in Space, and look what happened to that. It's not a brilliant film, is it? But I would say if we could try and do something, if you could get some good writers, then maybe could do a new spin on it for a film. That might be interesting. I'm sorry, I'm not on brilliant answers, but it's just what comes to mind. I think it's because it's a series that I actually love. I love The Land of the Giants. It's my favorite Irving Allen series. It's just wonderful. But that's the only one I could think of. And certainly, obviously they've tried all these things with the Fall Guy. You say there's all these sort of TV series like that, which you've said it's awful. But I'm sorry, I'm not very good. But that's just my answer would be. But I don't necessarily think it's always a good idea. But why not try it? I did say Delboy before when you were out, the obvious one, which is Blake 7. But then I'm thinking, well, it wouldn't be the same anyhow, and you wouldn't want it the same. But it's perhaps
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Blake
it wouldn't work probably.
I think that works perfectly as an episode series because you need the character development.
That's
if you were to ask me what would be perfect that they've missed the opportunity on, it would be the tripods.
Yes, I love the tripods. Yeah.
Because there really wasn't character development really with that. It was more about the actual tripods themselves.
Yeah.
And going from place to place, and each group was sort of like being handled by the tripods in this particular way. So that's more like War of the Worlds, and that worked as a film. So tripods would probably work quite well.
Yeah.
But I'm a big fan of people not trying to bring TV to film. All that, Mrs. Brown's Boys and
no,
and bringing all that sort of stuff to the cinema has just proved how powerful it can actually be.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I mean, you could try doing Captain Scarlet. You could try doing Space 1999. But again, we're talking old.
Yeah.
As a one-off TV thing where you could actually do quite a lot with Space 1999 if you think about it, because you could actually do 2 points of view: the people that have flown off on the moon and the people that are behind on the Earth.
Yeah.
Because one thing that always upset me about Space 1999 was surely the Earth is bloody destroyed with the moon being pulled out of orbit.
Yeah, because it would affect the whole thing, wouldn't it? The orbit of the planet.
By the time they get back, it's created into the sun with its orbit being replaced and all that sort of stuff. But you could just imagine everybody living underground or whatever it was, and trying to build civilization again while the moon is trying to get back and all of that sort of stuff. With Captain Scarlet, it's the typical good versus evil with an indestructible man. But the trouble with it, and that was the bad show, was if he's indestructible, then you've taken away all of the angst. Is he going to live? Is he going to die? Of course he's going to live. You know what I mean? Back in it everywhere. It was more about who was going to die around him.
Have you noticed all these shows that we're mentioning? They're all old ones, aren't they?
Oh, of course.
Nothing,
if you look at anything new, and I have looked at certain stuff, they're all being linked into films anyway. If you go to Disney Plus and look at Marvel, then I mean they're heavily advertising at the moment the second Wanda.
Yeah.
Wanda and the Vision.
Yeah, the WandaVision was very popular.
3 years ago. Now they're showing the second one, which is from the point of view of Agnes Harkness.
Yeah.
And it's being heavily advertised as being.
Have you heard anything back on that?
Well, it starts tomorrow, I think.
Oh, was it? Oh, it's only just started. Because if it's out like what's happened recently, then people are not going to be that keen on it. But
that's the thing. I think they're going to be.
It was very popular.
I think they're going to be more keen about this one because it's been 3 years since that one.
Yeah.
The other ones are all linked into the films that have just come out, but there are no films to come out. So really, it's a continuation of that particular TV. So from that point of view, I think it'll probably do well. It wasn't a bad series anyway, and it got really good at the end.
Well, I would say it's one of the popular ones if you'd had one.
But just to go back to the original question, I'm a bit against TV moving into film. It's like films being made into then TV. That seems to have more success. But
I mean, nobody's had a good word to say about this Fall Guy film.
Everybody's I can tell you, it should be called Hooper 2.
Yeah.
Fall Guy, if anybody wants to look at the history of Fall Guy, is Glenn A. Larson doing his normal rip-off Hollywood.
Yeah.
He stole from Hollywood to make TV series. Automan is basically
Oh yeah.
Tron.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like, what are you trying to say, Glenn A.
Yeah.
Larson? Because everything
Yeah.
that you're doing is a rip-off of something that's been done before. So, of course, the fall guy was Hooper.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was Burt Reynolds as a stuntman, you know, as his last hurrah. And what he
Yeah.
did, he added a bounty hunter thing to it. That's
Yeah.
it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they keep talking about bringing the $6 million Man back, don't they, as a film? Don't know whether
Yeah, I
that'll
can
ever
imagine that would be one that they would talk
I
about.
remember back in the 90s, they said they wanted Arnold Schwarzenegger to be Steve Austin. I
Yeah.
remember that for years and years and years. They kept talking about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why does it have to be a muscular bloke that can run over 80 miles an hour? Why is it always got the bloke's got bionic limbs? Why do you have to have someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger playing him?
Yeah. Yeah. You never get any sort of geeky guys, do you? Where
I just
have all these superpowers.
Like oh, but I do have a question to you. Did you actually watch that film with Matthew Smith?
Yes. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
You never said.
Oh, so I thought I'd mentioned it. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know what I loved about it? You probably guess what I loved about it. It's Yorkshire accent. It was
folk horror, isn't it?
It was absolutely brilliant. Yorkshire accent. No, I enjoyed it. It was a folk horror. I think maybe some people would possibly think it did go on a bit in places.
Yeah.
Maybe with a bit more tighter editing. I don't know.
Was it called Starvacme or Starve?
Yeah, Acre. Starvacre.
Yeah.
Starvacre. Yeah, I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't say it was, you know, the greatest thing, but I think it was good because of him. I think it's him actually. It's him that actually elevates the film.
He's sort of like it's such a face that you just go, well, that's all I'm concentrating on now is him.
Yeah,
you know, when actually the others around him were just as good, really.
Because he had that obsession with where the tree is, and he's looking at there, and it did try and use, you know, when you get the music suddenly gets to reaches a crescendo, and then whoop, and then nothing happens, and then it kept doing that kind of thing. Which they do tend to do to try and create atmosphere, but you don't necessarily need all that to create a good atmosphere. So my criticism would be that I think I just maybe would have preferred a tighter edit of it, because it did tend to sort of ponder on a bit in places. But when you get a good actor, you can kind of you think, oh well, you know, I forget. So I think that's how I felt about it. It's not the greatest I've seen, but it's enjoyable because of his performance. That's how I would see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I'll buy it if it comes out on physical media. I don't know. See.
Yeah, I'd be in two minds. I enjoyed it for what it was, but I didn't think it didn't blow me away.
Yeah, yes, yeah. It wasn't for me like watching, you know, the film that I'm going about, Infinity Pool or out like that. It did blow me away. Or
One Night in Soho.
Like that,
wasn't one night in Soho or anything like that.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah. I mean, that's a great film. It wasn't, but I did like it. I thought his accent was great. I mean, he really was a great Yorkshire accent. Fantastic.
Like I said, he's great in the Game of Thrones sort of like dragons.
Yeah. He's in that, is he? He's in the Game of Thrones.
Well, no, there's the House of Dragons. You know the.
I don't know that.
The prequel.
Yeah. Right. Right. Let's see. We've got Jim Hours on TV. So, have you both seen Eden Lake? That film was grim. Yes. Do you want to go first?
No, I absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. It's the kind of film that is disturbing because you could think that could really happen. You could be actually thinking that it could have happened or will happen, but it's brilliantly executed. I did enjoy the film, and I would rate it highly. It's one I will watch again, but it's not an easy watch. But it's because it's so well done. It's well acted. It's well done. It's well directed. It keeps you really intense. The ending, I know, does get a lot of criticism because I think some people would have said, well, can't we just have a bit more happier ending after what happens? But I still enjoyed it. I really think it's a great film.
Yeah.
But it is grim. Hey, Bayek, it's grim, lad. A bit grim.
Grim up north.
So what do you think of
No, I can't. You can't top what you just said. It is. It's like, what that could actually happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very it is just like you say. It's a grim film, hard to watch. But yeah, I think it was a film that needed to be made.
Yeah.
I liked what I watched.
Yeah.
I don't think it's one of those films that would be for me to multiple watch. You know what I mean? I'd need a good couple of period of time to go by before I'd watch it again.
Yeah.
You know, there are certain films where you can actually just like it for what it is and watch it over and over again. But the very subject matter of it is it stops you I'm not saying Schindler's List, where, oh my God, you have to really push yourself to watch it because this sort of thing went on. What I'm trying to say is it's equally a stronger story. That I'd have to be motivated.
Yeah, but I would say to anybody not to put them off. It's shocking and grim, but in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way.
What I mean is, we've talked, I think, other weeks about films that are just you watch them once and think, I never want to watch that film again. There are certain horror films like that. But this one is not. It's a well-made film. You're watching a good film.
I purposely mentioned Schindler's List because that's one film where people would say, I'd watch that once, never watch it again.
Yeah.
Eden Lake's not that. But what I'm trying to say is it is strong enough for me to go, it'll be a couple of years before I want to go back and watch it again.
Yeah.
I
agree. I mean, I'm not
in a good way. In a good way. Just in a good way. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. It's not a film, like I have certain go-to films when I just fancy watching a horror film. I think, oh right, I'll watch that. That wouldn't be on my list of go-to films. There's a lot more things. I think that might say it. But on the other hand, it's one that I'm happy to have in my collection and will watch it again. It's not it's not a one-time watch for me.
I don't know if I've got that in my collection, actually. I'd have to check.
Yeah,
I know I've watched it. I just don't know. I don't know if I've got it actually. Whether I've got it as a steel book or not.
It's well done. It's really, the script is good. The actors are great. It's just it's a good movie, but it keeps you.
I'm just looking to see if there's a steel book, and I bet you any money I've got it because I recognise it from the cover. You see what I mean? Steel book. Yeah, it's got the lady on the front. Yeah, I have got it.
You have got it. Oh, good. Yeah. Might be worth revisiting sometime again.
No, it's just I recognise it from the cover.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's got the same sort of cover as I See on Your Grave, only a front version. You know what I mean? Yeah, I have got it.
All right. Does anyone, this is Jim Jam, does anyone know why network releases rarely have subtitles? Well, I didn't know that.
I bet you any money it's because of the cheapness.
Yeah.
More than anything, I would think some of it will be because sometimes subtitles are easy to do because they did the subtitles at the same time as they filmed it. You know what I mean? It's like almost not when they filmed it, but when they were mass producing it for Blu-ray or 4K or whatever. the stuff we're talking about was before subtitles were even something that was around, before
Yeah.
teletext. So that means you got to have somebody or put it through a computer that turns the audio into text.
Yeah.
Which YouTube can do really, really easily and quite
Yeah.
quickly. So
You
it
do,
shouldn't
yeah.
be difficult.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be difficult. But then if you think about it, do you want a script of something where they're already turning around and saying this is a TV show of its time and it's about racism and all that sort of stuff? Do you really want that turned into words
Yeah.
to go along with the pictures
Yeah.
so that the deaf can know about it? You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, I don't know. I'm only guessing, but I do know that the network were very. They did their stuff very, very quickly. You know, they just put out onto this.
It may be cost as well. I mean,
That's it. What I'm talking about. It's the cost of it.
Yeah,
You know?
it just that might be a reason.
But
you could understand why
it
they.
could easily be something like space. I don't know.
Yes, yeah, it could be. I mean, network releases don't have a mass amount of extras, do they?
No, not.
I
would have said they're a bit lacking of extra.
But you get that little booklet sometimes. It's a very thin booklet, don't you?
I think they did subtitles to things like The World at War. I'm not sure though. I haven't got that World at War. I haven't even got the DVD set of that.
Yeah.
I
imagine there is various factors involved why they're not on there, but it's not something I've noticed, I suppose. And then we've got Stephen Mole saying, October is going to be a busy month. I know it is. God, yeah. The Exorcism and The Quiet Place one day, 7th of October. Twisters, 14th of October. Maxine, yes, 21st of October. Trap, yeah, I fancy getting that as well. 28th of October. Late Night with the Devil, 28th of October. I probably won't then. But for me, because I've got the Doctor Who and the Blake 7 box sets. I'm definitely getting them, but it's gonna really be expensive.
It's definitely an expensive month, but it's also getting so close that I still don't know whether they're doing like 4Ks and steelbooks for some of these. Like I still don't know about Maxine. Is there a 4K? Is there a steelbook of it? Twisters is well known. That's a steelbook 4K.
About Trap? Have you heard anything on Trap?
Yeah, I've heard about Trap. Late Night with the Devil, I've heard also is a box set which I've ordered. You know, A Quiet Place Day 1 is a steelbook.
Yeah,
it's but forgetting all of those, you've also got all the 40th anniversaries. You know, like I said, of Nightmare on Elm Street. You've got, I don't know.
I mean, the Blake 7, I bet it's about 50 odd quid.
Well, that's been thrown into the mix, and that's now the number one, the number one pre-ordered Blu-ray on Amazon.
And the Doctor Who, that'll be another 50 quid.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a busy month. It's a bloody expensive month.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Blooming heck. Yeah, but I definitely have to have them, so I'm going to have to manage.
I don't even know why the New Omen is not on Steelbook or on 4K. It's only a Blu-ray.
I know people will say I should wait with Doctor Who and get but there's such a long wait for the standard Blu-ray to come out that I've got all the others, so I can't break not having, that I've got to have them now for collection.
That's a thing. I want to know what does people think of the announcement of a deluxe version of the Masters of the Universe coming out?
Oh God, yeah. Yes, I know. There's been a lot of talk about that. I've seen on it.
I don't know. It's a fun film. I have ordered it. I'll tell you what I liked about the Masters of the Universe was nothing to do with the fact that it's a bad film, because it is a pretty bad film.
Yeah.
I like that musical key thing that they had. They had this great big massive sort of like cylinder thing. When you turned it on, it played a musical instrument, and it had sort of like little dancing tuning forks at the top that turned into this sort of gateway that they opened. I thought that was a really interesting thing. But it was nothing like the cartoon.
No.
That was all that. It was like you can tell it was a canon film, a Golden Globus
Yeah.
before we go bust type thing. Somebody turned around and said He-Man and the Masters of the Universe actually bankrupt them. I think there was another film after that bankrupted them.
Yeah.
I think that film was part and parcel of their bankruptcy.
Yeah.
But they didn't make any. They didn't make many films. I think Superman 4 helped with the bankruptcy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it's bad to say He-Man was the film that bankrupted them when there was a couple of stinkers that came out.
Yeah.
I hate it when people do that. When people say, "Oh, this film killed that branch, killed that, killed that cinema." That production house.
Yeah.
No, one film that generally kills a cinema.
It's generally a pattern of
a pattern
of
films that basically go back.
That's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I noticed that was mentioned that Hamas destroyed Golan Globus.
Yeah.
And I was going, whoa, hang on, Superman 4 was pretty bad.
Yeah.
I mean, and everybody thinks that that's a stinker of a film.
Yeah.
So why are you not bringing that into the conversation? Because I would have brought that into the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a minute. There was a couple of stinkers that came out.
Let's see. Look, Tony says, with regard to subtitles on network, could it have been cost? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I would imagine that is a big thing. And then Jim Jam says, Tony, how many networks do you own?
Shall I piss him off? More than you.
The Army game was William Hartnell. Well, there you are.
Oh Christ! Yes, he was. Yes, it was before Doctor Who, wasn't it? He said he was in the Army game. That's right.
Yeah, because remember it, Carry On Sergeant. I bet it's after that, isn't it?
Wasn't it? He was seen in the Army game and went into the Carry On Sergeant. Or was he in the Carry On Sergeant and then they put him in the Army game? And then...
1950s.
Yeah,
about 58, I think.
But I have seen the Army game with William Hartnell. Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Oh.
And shall I piss Tony off? Yeah, I've got more than you network titles, you bastard. Just so you know, you have to get caught up with me. No, I'd never say that to him. That wouldn't be very nice, would it? You've got the biggest amount. He's got the biggest
bad things about Tony.
He's got the biggest amount of network titles I've ever seen in my life. And to be quite honest, I'm so glad I helped him out with a couple. That's all I got to say. That's my claim to fame. At least I sent a few to him. But wouldn't it be nasty to turn around and say, "Yeah, I've got more than you"?
It's normally Muckman movies. He's not been in yet, has he? Perhaps he's not in today. That he normally go on.
No, he'll be in. Sure.
With his all his steel books.
I've got. I bet you he's got the same amount as me. I would have thought.
And Tony says, never counted them. Most of the ITC series as Protectors, Man in a Suitcase, etc. A handful of other TV series, and quite a lot of the British film range they released. I'll have to have a count up.
Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to do, isn't it, really? Unless you've got a cataloger that basically has also told you what studio out of. It's a bit tricky. But I haven't catalogued all of my set, and I'm only a third of the way through, and I've got still now got 2,000 odd catalogue. I haven't even done a third, so I've got over 6,000. Wow,
that's a lot. And then Jim Jam says, "Okay, Tony, Jim Jam movies a series I've heard a lot of about. Roots. Is it any good?
Oh God, yeah,
Roots." And that was a television event. So we've had film events. But I remember the publicity about Roots.
Well, I mean, the main actor that was in that turned on to be Geordie LaForge, didn't he? It was,
of course, yeah.
It's all about the story.
Was a big thing.
It's all about the story. It's all about the story of Kunta Kinte, really, isn't it? I mean, that's what it is. And it was an event that was on every night on the BBC.
Exactly.
For a week type thing. I've got the DVDs that I bought out of the charity shop.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I bought them for about £3, I think it was.
Yeah, it was a great series, yeah. And
that's what he's got to have in his collection.
Yeah,
If he's got Tenko, he's got to have Roots.
Yeah, Roots. Tony says, we're sorting through some old DVDs recently that I've upgraded to Blu-ray over the last few years. Just as a matter of interest, I checked out CEX. We're giving mostly, I know it's sad, 1p.
If that ever happened to me, where all they were going to give was 1 pence, I'd say sod you and give it to charity.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Bollocks to them.
Yeah, that is. And, well, they do sell them in there, and they're not selling them for a penny. They're selling them for over £1. And also, they must check. And if they know it's a bit rarer, they put the price up accordingly. They're not daft, from what I've seen.
They may not want DVDs anymore, but they ain't dropping their prices to £1 each, are they?
No, they're not.
Which means that they'd be getting 99 pence
profit
for every DVD.
If something comes in their shop that is fairly rare, you might be lucky and pick it up. But I bet they do check. Surely they check. If someone they know, yeah. Jim Jam, yep. Unfortunately, CX don't want DVDs anymore. I sent a lot to Magpie earlier this year. Yeah. They'll take them. Magpie, will, yeah.
Of course they will.
Yeah, and you get a fair price.
I'd rather give them to Magpie or charity shop.
Yeah. Tony, Ian, you mentioned the Holy Grail. Yeah, of course, you're a massive Zulu. He's a massive Zulu fan. Massive, Tony is.
Great film.
Yeah.
And I think each of the actors got an equal amount of story. I mean, I remember that it follows. There's one guy. He's only got one name, hasn't he? He's got a nickname. I've forgotten his name. He's the one in the burning house, isn't he? Where it's all been burnt and I've forgotten his name, Moby or something he was called, or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
He wrote his name in the wood of the bunk beds and stuff.
Yes, yeah.
And then right at the end, they tell you how many of them got corporal and all of this sort of stuff, like the doctor did, and all of that sort of stuff. At the end of the day, it's one of those films where it's a must see, first of all, and B, nobody won.
No.
Can you say who won in that film?
No.
Because they just basically at the end they just sort of like go away.
Yeah.
And they're down to next to nothing in numbers.
Yeah.
And that's how it sort of ends. And it's a perfect end, really, because it's like, what is it? What is it good for?
Yeah.
Like the song.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know. I was going to ask you. Is there a steel book of it?
No. I haven't got it.
A steel book. Wow.
I've got a Blu-ray, but I haven't got a steel book of it.
Oh.
No.
I wonder why there is.
I'm waiting. I think it's probably because it's going to come under the BFI and it's just going to come out as a Get Carter and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So, then it's taken an absolute age.
Yeah.
From Watership Down to come out this year. I mean, Christ, waiting 2 years for that.
Yeah. Actually, to be fair, I think the Blu-ray looks really good.
Yeah, it is.
It's a really good transfer.
But at the end of Zulu, I've never seen something that says this restoration was done, blah, 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 blah. I've never seen a restoration of Zulu. So maybe it's one that will come out as an anniversary that will be a restoration edition.
Yeah.
Like they've done with The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
But shouldn't it have had one this year, Zulu?
I don't know when it came out. 65, was it? What was it?
64, isn't it? 1964?
Yeah. So it should have been out this year then, yeah.
Yeah.
It is sad when you know this, that.
Yeah. Yeah. You'd have thought they would have done one, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
There's nothing been announced. Oh. Right. Steve's Gaming. Ian Dell, are you a fan of Alistair Sim? Yeah. If so, which is his best film, in your opinion? Mine is School for Scoundrels.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, you've got Christmas Carol, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
The Green Man isn't bad.
Mm.
And Inspector Calls.
Yeah, well, there's a play. I remember doing that at school.
I know he did do a St. Trinian's film.
Yeah.
That's it. I can't think of any others.
Personally, I think it's the definitive version, isn't it, of Christmas Carol?
Christmas Carol.
Yeah, it's definitive.
You got to put Christmas Carol there. I mean, for years and years and years, it was a staple point.
It was, yeah, yeah. Though I must admit, I do.
But he says, "Am I a fan?" Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have to say that.
I'll tell you. I'll give you a little story on that. For years and years and years, I watched that film not knowing what his name was.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know, it'd be on at Christmas, and I'd go, "Oh yeah, I got to watch the black and white Alice." You know, A Christmas Carol. But I never. But then years and years go by. I never went, "Oh, that's Alistair Sim."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of those ones where you grew up and you saw them and you never really put their names in.
Yeah.
You just knew that they were. You just knew their face. Like, and that was the same with. You know, we were talking earlier about Lionel Jeffries. He was just a face that was in all these films, and you went, "Oh, he's that nice old man."
Yeah.
In Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, that is that nice old man that's in one. You know, First Men on the Moon or whatever. It is. Later on, you go Lionel Jeffries. Oh right, yeah. You know, like I saw all those Doug McClure films, but I never really thought of them as Doug McClure films. I just went, "Oh yeah, Warlords from Atlantis." And,
yeah.
You know what I mean? There was very few actors that I really took the name down of until later on when I was buying physical media.
Yeah.
And it was I've got to have a collection of Harrison Ford films.
It's funny. I was just thinking Doug McClure. When I saw him in those films, I was thinking, "Oh, it's him from Virginia," because he was in the Virginia.
Yeah, he was in the Virginia.
I've been so boomy granddad watching all these Virginia films series. You know, that's all I used to think of him. So it was quite somewhat different. Oh no, he's doing something different.
I swear, when I was 5 or 6 years old, my mum would be, and I'd be telling you that story where my mum said I can watch a Hammer horror film.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah. I'd be turning around and saying, "I like that old guy, the one with the gaunt cheeks, but that bloody Dracula, bloody horrible looking bloke is," without knowing that's Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing. You know what I mean? and I dare say in 1977, when he was in Star Wars, I'd have just said, "He's the one who goes after Dracula, isn't he?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't have put two and two together as Peter Cushing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's because I was an 8-year-old. What did I know? I wasn't really getting a collection of names. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is 8 years before. This is 5 or 6 years before we got our first VHS player.
Yeah.
So names didn't come into it. I never knew until later on who did the voice of Captain Scarlet, and who did the voice of who did the voice of the Tracy brothers from Thunderbird. It wasn't too much later on. I just went, "He's got an American accent now, but I wonder what his name is," you know, and all of that sort of stuff. I just thought it'd be like
that. Right. Jim just says, "Tony, do you own the network film box sets? Terror of 60s and 70s. Wow, they sound interesting. Terror.
No.
Oh.
Like I said.
I bet they're not easy to get hold of. I bet they're out. Never Ending Story, German cut is brutal.
In what way?
Never Ending Story. German cut is brutal.
I mean, they just announced the version in Australia that'll cost you about 150 quid.
Oh,
and then about another 30 quid to have it posted to you, because it's done by that same team that I got the Martian Chronicles.
Wow, that'd be very expensive. Yeah,
100 quid. Yeah. But it's done by the same people that have also done Caligula, and that comes in a That comes with a free issue of Playboy with it.
Yeah.
A reprint of Playboy in Caligula.
Is it the full uncut version of?
Yeah, there's about four
Caligula?
different cuts. There's about
Oh,
four
God.
different cuts
So
on
it's
there.
the porn film as well as the.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
It was like £220, and I'm going, shit. One film? Nah. Nah.
Oh dear. Right. I absolutely love the Dam Busters. Yeah, well, it's a classic war film.
Yeah, well, the one thing you can't talk about is what the dog's name was called.
Yes, no, you better don't mention that. We don't want to get. Yeah,
bloody hell. You want to get shut down?
Yeah,
talk about the dog's name.
Yeah,
and the Dam Busters, what a classic! But just like 633 Squadron, I'd rather watch Dam Busters over 633 Squadron. But I think that's because I think there's more story behind the Dam Busters. 633 Squadron. The thing that makes me laugh about it is I keep seeing what's his name? I keep seeing Mike Baldwin in it.
Oh, Coronation
Street. Johnny Briggs, isn't it? That's his name.
Yeah.
He's in 633
Squadron. It's like me seeing Leonard Rossiter everywhere.
After the war, he took after a knicker factory. That's what I kept saying for years.
Yeah. See? 2001 Space Odyssey, Leonard Rossiter.
Yeah, well, we talked about that.
How can you take that film seriously then?
Listen, we're not going to go down that route because you know I won last week.
I was just starting an argument.
I won last week, that argument. So
Anyhow, let's have a look. Sai says, what was the first film you went on your own without adult supervision? For me, it was A View to a Kill.
I'm going to let you answer because I can answer my one very quickly. I've already said when I went to the cinema for the first time, and we didn't go with any of our parents to Saturday movie club.
Yeah.
There you are. So I've already answered.
Mine would be Planet of the Apes. Definitely. But it would be on a re-release. It was a double bill. With Escape from Planet of the Apes.
Oh, with Escape.
Not the other one who you'd have thought they would have had Beneath the Planet of the Apes. But I think I'm confused now. I think I did see it originally with Beneath the Planet of the Apes, but then for some reason they put it with Escape from Planet of the Apes because I went to see it again because I love the film so much. But that my mum and dad wouldn't have gone and seen that, and I really wanted to see it, so that would probably be the first film that I saw without any adult with me. Yeah, I'd be about 12, probably 11 or 12, maybe. No, maybe about 12. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I mean, mum were worried though. Mums worry. I mean, are you sure you're going to be all right?
It's a different answer if you ask me what was the first film I saw outside of Cinema Club.
Yeah,
because like I said, it was a children's thing. And we never had any of the parents there. So that's how I can easily answer that. But it would have been something like Moonraker or something. An adult film could have even have been Meteor actually.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it would definitely be about Star Wars. It would have been.
Yeah.
Star Wars. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, of course, it was our school film club. But no, I've been to see films on my own before film club.
Yeah.
Yeah. Film club would be about 12, 13. So I must have seen a film. Well, it must have been 11 or 12, I would say, probably.
I mean, just a little bit of story history for James Bond. They filmed Octopussy at Upper Hayford Air Force Base, which is around about 8 miles away from where I live.
All right.
I actually saw that being filmed.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Just so you know.
Exciting. Did you see Roger?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I think they were filming the scene where he was in the horse trail, where the arse of the horse lifts up and the plane.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's a good one.
Because that was done on the runway and the roads just outside of Hayford Air Force Base.
Uh, Wobb's partner company, Ziffit, wasn't much better. Usually 10p. Think I may end up sending them to Ian.
You see, this is where I get dead jet. Why does Ian get everything? Fuck him. Right, we're going to start sending this way. The bastard. He's got all this look all behind him and everything. Look, all I've got is a bloody Fright Night photo behind me. I've got bugger all here.
Well, actually, these are books. These are Target books.
I don't give a shit. Leeds people need to start spending money. It's all these free gifts they keep getting that bloody going out and buying anything. Bastards. I don't think they ever bought a candle when the bloody electric was off in the 70s.
No, actually, do you know what my dad did? He bought them oil lamps. We did have some candles, but we had do you remember the oil lamps? They were good. Yeah. We used them.
Like this, Ian, right? This is no word of a lie, right? When the 3-day week came around, right, in the 70s, people in Leeds went, well, that's what we work anyway.
Oh, lad, hey, Bayek. You cheeky boy.
Bloody sending stuff to Ian. Where's this? I'm going to start sending stuff to Delboy crap that's going to be put in here. Bloody hell. No, I can't think of a more deserving person than him. I'll tell you what you also do. Every time you get something, you review it.
Yeah.
The amount of people that send stuff to people and then you never hear about it again. They just go, thank you very much. And then you go, well, did you ever watch it? Now I know that's not a derogatory thing. No, and I know it's not. I don't know it's not intentional because some people get so much stuff you'd never be able to get to the top of it.
Yeah,
but,
it's like this.
I don't know of anything that somebody has sent you that you've never reviewed.
I'm trying to work on because it's a lot to do, but I don't know whether I'll do it. I think I might just review the whole thing at once, which is this one that he sent. This has got all the But I want to do something because it's worth talking about. It's definitely worth talking about. So I've got to work on that one yet, but I definitely want to do that. It's a really interesting. It's just interesting. It's TV as well. Jim says, if you've any networks going spare, hello, I'm your man, Tony. Wink, wink, wink. Yes.
You know what I say?
Yeah.
Fuck Jim Jam. You got enough bloody networks. Sod off. Get out there, do some more pickup videos, you lazy bastard. That's what I say. Not this, oh yeah, throw it my way business. Yeah, bloody hell. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Everybody knows, by the way, I'm joking, don't they? I'm pretty open. I am only joking. You wouldn't have an Ian and Delboy stream if it weren't me moaning about it.
No, you wouldn't. Yeah. Everyman cinemas have table service. Oh, I've never been, but I guess it costs an arm and a leg. As long as you don't eat it, it's cannibal video.
Believe it or not,
cost you an arm, sir.
Believe it or not, Ian, when I went over to the States, right, one year, I went to see Escape from LA. It was the premiere of Escape from LA, right? And I couldn't find a cinema. So I was driving along. Where was I driving along? I think it was Anaheim.
Yeah.
Right. And they had a cinema that looked huge. I went, oh, I'll go in there.
Yeah.
Right. No word of a lie. The cinema was right at the bottom.
Yeah.
It was tiered all the way up. And every single tier had a desk. Now had a table. Like the same sort of tables that you'd get as stuff that you'd put in your garden. You know, that white white metal tables, you know, with all that sort of stuff. And there was an umbrella.
Oh, yeah.
Right, sticking out from the center of it, right? And it had a phone on the table. Right? And I sat down and I went through and I said, well, the one thing I noticed that there was no popcorn or anything, right?
Yeah.
Nothing, right?
Yeah.
You got your ticket, and they said you're sitting at table 5 or table
Yeah.
512
Yeah.
or whatever it was. So I found my table, and there was a menu on the table, and you had a phone, and you actually phoned the number like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
said, "I'd like pizza, please." Right? They
Ooh.
delivered a pizza to while you were watching the film.
Yeah. Wow.
Brilliant. Now, it was one
Yeah.
of the most expensive film tickets I ever bought.
I bet it was. Yeah.
It was like this. We're talking the premiere of Escape from LA, so you'd have to have a look and see what year that came out. It was something like, I
Yeah.
don't know, 1996 or something stupid like
Yeah.
that. But it was something like $20 for the ticket, and the pizza was, I think, $10 or something for a
Oh.
medium
Yeah.
pizza. Their medium pizza though are large. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There would be.
And but I thought I feel like I'm in royalty here. I mean, bloody
Yeah.
hell! I can have a roast dinner or something like while I'm watching this.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I just thought I'd
Could you
mention it.
imagine asking for a roast dinner?
That was
Oh,
one of the most deluxe things I ever done,
yeah.
and the most undeluxe thing I've ever done is I've actually been to a drive-in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So when I was driving through Texas, I went to a cinema and I went to a drive-in.
Oh, what an experience.
That's where you drove in.
Yeah.
And you basically you put your car next to a post, and on the post there was speakers.
Yep.
That you put on your ears, and you watch the film in a big bloody
Wow.
film.
Yeah. Wow.
That was good.
What an experience.
At least I can say, I've had all these experiences in my life.
Yeah. Brilliant.
I had a hot dog at the New York Yankee Stadium. I've had no end.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, you ought to. I'm always saying you ought to do this, but maybe in the future, as your channel develops, you perhaps could do sort of reminiscences about
it's actually
travel stories.
It's actually supposed to be in my blog, because I actually mentioned at the very beginning of my blog, on most occasions, I turned around and said, this blog is really for my nephew and niece.
Yeah.
It's to actually tell them what was going through my brain, that week or whatever it is, but it's also to tell them what makes me tick. So all of the questions usually come up with, which usually tells a tale of something from my past. They'll always ask, what's your favorite food? What do you remember from night before? Blah, blah.
It's like you've talked to me about, you mentioned about, Live Aid, and I'm going, wow, things like that in your life are interesting, sort of.
Oh, yeah.
And if you could just sit and talk about it.
I remember getting on the train to go to that, and then the underground, and you got to remember at that time I was 16.
Yeah.
That was an experience, because a
Yeah,
16-year-old lad that
lives
lives out 70 or 80 miles out of the centre of London and never goes to the centre of London. It was a scary prospect.
Yeah. I think in future, maybe, when you've had your when you're really back to health, which you will get, then there are all sorts for your channel that you could do. You're good at telling the story. You tell the story really well. And
another first for your channel. When I went to the hospital this week and I got all this paraphernalia, I'll just show the paraphernalia. Look, I'll read about heart attacks and all sorts. Look, beating my heart attack is a book I've got here. Look, Beating my heart attack. Got all sorts of books.
Yeah.
That's just to prove that what I was talking about earlier is totally true.
Yeah.
They told me that my second procedure is the 1st of October.
Fantastic. That's what date is it today? It's 18th. Yeah. That's not that long off now, is it?
So the 18th, the 1st would be a Tuesday. So we've got next week, and then it'll be the following week.
Wow. That's good. You've got a target now. Yeah. That's great. That's great news.
Just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
I'll mention it in my blog, obviously.
Yeah. We've got an exclusive. I'll give
you all the exclusives.
Fantastic. No, but I mean, seriously, it's going to mean a lot to you.
You're my mate. I'm always going to look after you.
You get this done. It's going to be really good for you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And so I mean, your channel, there's all sorts of possibilities that you can do that. I think you've got the skills to be able to tell a story, and you'll be able to do that in some videos, definitely. Yeah.
Just found two things. I've just found
hopefully you're better to do that. Yeah.
I found two things to show you. Oh, bugger me. Everything's all gone down the bloody Swanee now. Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah. I found it. What you looking
for? I said carry on.
Okay. Right. Yeah. I might as well just do at this point. If anybody hasn't subscribed to Delboy's channel, please go across there and subscribe. It's a great channel. It's got a lot of content, and also importantly, give it a like. It needs some good likes, and he deserves it. It's a great channel, honestly. His blog, it isn't just about the blog, and if you're in the gaming community, you know how well he's well respected in gaming community, and he's been putting a lot of game videos out. But there's a lot more. There's all sorts. So go over there and check it out.
That's very nice. I will be doing a lot more film stuff.
Yeah, but you have got a good following in the gaming community as well. So I thought I'd just put that out. I know we don't tend to get as many on here, but they are there. So, and then we've got Tony York saying, James, Jim Jam Movie says, vintage Tom and Jerry is amazing. Yeah, I've got some. I occasionally watch it with my daughter. She finds it hilarious. Oh, I've got a DVD of. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's true, actually. You can just sit and watch it, and it's wonderful. And also, I've unfortunately nowadays there has been a problem. Well, it's not a problem, but they create the problem with the some earlier episodes with the I don't know, but if you can get all the episodes, it's a good thing to get. It's not a problem, really.
This is something that I just looked down there. Look, this will only interest people that are into comics and all of that sort of stuff. But I had this. Now it says here, Fantastic Four Silver Surfer Complete Collection. But if you have a look, what it actually is, it's every single comic from 1962 up to 2006. That's 750 comics that you can print out yourself. So you put the disc in, and you basically open up the file, and then you basically say send to printer, and there you are. You've got all the comics.
That's good, isn't it? Yeah,
750 of them. They ban these; that you can't get these anymore. But basically, it's all. These were something that came from something called graphic imaging.
Yeah.
They brought out a full range of Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, Hulk, Iron Man. And then what they realized was we could have a website with all of these and charge a monthly subscription. So then and then basically they said, we can't do anything about all the copies that are out there at the moment. We can ban them from making them anymore.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, if you go onto eBay and you type in Fantastic Four graphic imaging DVD, you'll find that they go for something like 500 or 600 quid.
Oh, wow.
Ridiculous. Yeah. I just thought I'd show that.
Yeah, no, thank you for showing it. It's great. So Jim Jam, we agree with you. We love Tom and Jerry. Brilliant Tom and Jerry. And they says, remember Happy Meals toys related to films like Disney? Yeah. Because they don't do that anymore, do they now?
Oh, their biggest seller was Simpsons, wasn't it, for a long time?
And he's going about combos at the cinema.
Yeah, bloody atrocious. They call them meal deals or combos. Yeah. I mean, it's like, can I have a combo one, please?
Yeah.
And you're saying it's a tenner. It's almost the same price as the bloody ticket for the bloody
cinemas are expensive for snacks. I always sneak stuff in. Well done. The other day I had a bag of nibbles and 1 liter of Coke Zero. Happy days. Well done. Totally agree with you doing that. Why?
They'd invite so many families in if they just reduce the cost of some of these things. If you made each ticket a £5 and the food cost no more than a £5 each for the kiddies, then basically you'd entice far more people into the cinema.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
It is. But well done for doing that. You know, that I'm glad. Well done.
I'd hate to think how big your coat was for a litre of bloody hell.
Yeah. Steve, love the Saint Trinians film. This is Tony. So his appearances in the first two would be my choice. Another favorite is Happiest Days of Your Life, 1950, in which he scored close as with Margaret Rutherford. Yeah, Margaret Rutherford, amazing actress.
Yeah, Marple.
Yeah.
Murder at the Gallop, and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, fantastic.
I told you, all Roy Budd scores.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What else have we got here? Jim James, a title I was well happy to get was Adrian Mole. I saw it on old telly with a wire remote. A very good show. Yeah, I remember that on the TV.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, a title before then that was absolutely brilliant and equally as good as Adrian Mole was Stig of the Dump.
Oh, yeah. That's going back as well.
It was about a lad that was found in a dump and basically was found by the children, and they basically cleaned him up and took him to school, but he was almost like a prehistoric. It was called Stig of the Dump. It was brilliant. That was a big one for me when I was at school. So that's the that's early 80s, late 70s.
Yeah.
When Rent-A-Ghost and everything was around.
Yeah. Well, I remember the books, the Adrian Mole books sold massive amounts.
Yeah, what was it? Adrian Mole, aged 13 3/4 or something stupid.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sue Townsend was the author, wasn't it? Sue Townsend?
Yes, that's right. Sue Townsend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve Moss, I hate those people who go to the cinema just to talk. Yeah. They never talk when the trailer's on. Oh no, they bloody talk when the movie's on. The last film I had seen at the cinema was Air Force One. And that is irritating. What do you do when somebody's talking?
I don't think I've experienced too much of that just recently, but I have seen it when a children's cartoon is on, and there's a lot of kids in the cinema. Because they basically shout and talk all the way through the bloody film, ruining everything. I won't go and see a Toy Story film at the cinema anymore because there's no bloody point. It'd be bloody nightmare.
I know. I just liked when you'd get somebody who'd be doing a commentary of the film. Oh, where's he going? Oh, what's he going to do? Oh, no, look out. Oh, yeah. And you're going, shut up. You know, we don't want the commentary, you know, but very irritating. But I presume nowadays it's everybody's going beep, 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 mobile phones. That's all you'll get.
Yeah.
And then we've got Steve's going, Tony York, good ones. Jim
Alistair Sims,
yeah. I remember someone taking fish and chips.
Oh, bloody hell!
In his cinema once, watching Die Hard 5. The smell was making me hungry. It wouldn't be me.
How did they get away with that?
I don't know.
How'd you get past all the people at the bloody?
You can smell them.
I mean, you stick them in your pocket, they'd be burning your bloody
smell.
Legs and your arms and everything. I mean, Christ.
Perhaps they all had colds.
Unless they like cold chips and cold soft.
Oh dear. Did you have? Did you have mushy? You didn't have mushy peas then.
Yeah, but you can imagine that.
Smell mushy peas.
Yeah,
it would make me hungry though.
Imagine taking a TV movie and you're just going up to the usherette and saying, "Have you got a microwave so I can stick?"
That's a good idea. Actually, demand a microwave next to your seat. Look,
all you keep hearing is ding.
Dear. You could see somebody daft enough to do it.
Portable microwave unit.
Yeah, portable microwave that didn't need plugging in, that was like charged up or something. And or one of them deep fat fryers. Yeah, put one of them in. Yeah. Jim Jam, thoughts on warnings before old sitcoms are broadcast these days? Example, Steptoe has one when broadcast on Talking Pictures. Really? I didn't know Steptoe had that.
You know what? I haven't seen it on BBC Four. They're showing Porridge at the moment from the beginning because it's its 40th anniversary.
Yeah.
Or is it 50th? 40th, 50th? Hang on, 74, 84, 94. Yeah. It's 50th anniversary. So they showed off at the weekend Prisoner and what was the very first episode, which was called Prisoner and Prisoner. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, the one where it was part of the Ronnie Barker 7 series, you know, where he actually did the 7 Faces of Ronnie Barker. That was it. And Porridge and Open All Hours came from those 7 episodes, didn't it?
Right.
Porridge then turned into him being the next day. So the very first one was him being driven to the prison.
Right.
And the first episode of Porridge is him being at the prison and meeting Godber for the first time.
Yeah.
But I don't think they did a thing at the beginning. This has got a language used for the time or anything before that.
Yeah.
And that was on BBC 4 this weekend. But yeah, they seem to do it on Talking Pictures. I think it's just to cover themselves.
Are they? Oh, right.
Because they are showing things like Confessions of whatever it is. And
I know you watch Talking Pictures quite a bit, don't you?
That and Legend and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
So they put warnings on everything they show.
Yeah.
Virtually.
I mean, Caroline Munro's on Talking Pictures. She does a cinema club where she shows lots of horrors about.
Caroline Munro.
Yeah. And I watched that, you see, and a few other things.
Steve Mills, if I worked at the cinema, I would be patting people down and confiscating shit. Oh.
Yeah, but Steve, you're a perv, Stephen. You'd be patting down the women and saying, "Oh, that's
right. Yeah, I'll take that.
Next woman, right. Next woman." I can just imagine what a
perv. Jim Jams, Talking Pictures is a great channel. There you are. Yeah. Tony says, don't understand the mentality of the people paying to go to the cinema and then continually talking and using their phone. I know, I don't understand it. It's the way of the world, I'm afraid. Yep, I put my phone on silent during the trailers. Yeah.
It used to amuse me because when you used to go to a VUE cinema, it used to say, we've got special equipment that can tell whether you're recording the film or something.
Really?
Right. And they used to shine a little red light that was like a laser beam that came from to show you that they've got this equipment. It was only a red light, but it was to show you, look, we filled this cinema or something with some sort of like ultraviolet light that basically detects that your camera's out while you're filming it. It used to make me laugh. That advert came up.
Yeah. Was that in the days of Pearl and Dean?
No. We're talking VUE cinemas, literally only about 5-10 years ago.
Oh, right.
I don't know whether they do that anymore. There are cinemas now called The Light. It's not a VUE. It's not a VUE or an Odeon or anything. So of course they put their own adverts on. It's not like a cinema.
Yeah.
So I haven't been to a VUE in a while.
Steve's gaming phones should be banned at cinemas, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They should be made to switch them off.
Oh yeah.
That would be better. Tony Hawk, Bruce Forsyth, here it is, was in Slinger's Day, and that's it. Parkins Patch is the 1969-70 police series, like a
Oh yeah.
the heartbeat. Yes, that's it. I remember you talking about that now.
We talked about it the other week.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I think I said that I remember bits of it, but it's just that there's so much of that Z cars and all of that sort of stuff that I don't remember it.
Yeah.
But I think that there was an episode on YouTube.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah. Stephen Wells. I once told a couple to shut the fuck up. The guy had obviously seen the movie before and was telling his wife, girlfriend, scene by scene. I was fuming, laugh out loud. I don't blame you. I would have been. Bloody hell. That's the last thing you need, isn't it? Somebody commentating and telling, oh dear. Slinger's Day is a Bruce Forsyth sitcom I picked up. He's in a supermarket. Yeah, that's where I saw your DVD, video of it. Yeah. The night of pilot episode had to be shot twice because James Gandolf was in the first pilot but died. Before they started shooting the remaining episodes.
That's right. So
they recast John Totoro in the role. Yeah, that was. Is that the guy who was in that?
I believe that's true, but I'm just going to have to go just again for a minute. I do apologize.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah. Yeah. It is in that. I've never seen it. There's that the series about the gangster. Sorry, my brain's gone. Which a lot of people talk about as being one of the great TV series. And I can't think of the name, what it's called. Sorry, because Delboy would know. But yeah. I'll move on. Tony Hawk, Stephen, they could have saved money, and he could have told her the plot at home. Yes, yeah. Well, that is good thinking. You got to save some brass. Why didn't he? What he needs to do is, becoming an auctionman. That's because we know how to save some brass, and that, our lad obviously didn't. Nope. That's it. Simos, Tony, exactly. Steve's Gaming. Talking about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, my favourite song in that is Posh, sung by Lionel Jeffries. Oh, there's some great songs. Yeah, I love the Posh Travelling Life. Yes. All this. I like Me Old Bamboo as well. And there's so many great songs in there. It's a great film. It just... Yeah, so I'll be watching it again this Christmas. Watch it every Christmas, and sometimes more in year when I just fancy watching it. It's one of those films I never tire of. Absolutely love it. I wonder if they'll do a 4K of it, and would it make any difference? Because the Blu-ray I've got is very good. It's excellent, but I wonder. It hasn't come out on 4K, has it? It should do. I would have thought. Yeah. Oh my God! Child Catcher. Yes, the Child Catcher, and of course Benny Hill. Don't forget Benny Hill. Is the toy maker. And there's some classic scenes. And the Child Catcher was such a brilliant character to have in a film. Just absolutely. Actually, I think he probably, when I first saw it, I thought, a bit scary. This guy is, and you just can't help but. It's so the thing about Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, he's got so many great scenes in it Great soundtrack, great story. It's got a lot of humor as well in it, and it's just a damn good film. It's so entertaining, and it just brings back all those memories of seeing it on the big screen. It was just fantastic. Absolutely love it, and the intermission bit, of course. A great film. Anyhow, I could go on talking about Chitty Bang Bang all the time. I've got the car as well. It's up there. Corgi car, Chitty Bang Bang. Absolutely brilliant. I'll tell you what, I'll show you it.
He's a lying bastard. He actually drives that car for real.
I'll just so you can see it maybe a bit better. There it is. You see it? Chitty Bang Bang and the Corgi. Oh.
Yeah, but that's your actual day-to-day car, you miserable bastard.
Anyhow, don't tell anybody. It's becoming valuable, this. It's great. Absolutely wonderful. I won't sell it for anything. I just love it. And one day it'll probably end up in a skip, which is sad. Now, I've tried to tell my son not to, he could make some money, but yeah, there we are. Right.
Yeah, but does it run on electric?
No, dear. Right. I've lost my place now. Where am I? Sorry about this. I'm hopeless. Oh yeah, I think we're near. Oh yeah, here we are. I've got it now. Swallows and Amazons, great film. I must have seen that years ago. I can't remember.
You mean that one?
Oh, there you are. He's got it.
Have a look. Flight of the Doves.
Oh yeah, and here we go.
Lord of the Flies.
Yeah. Oh, all these memories. What have we got here? Tony Hawk, the child catcher Robert Helpman was good as an evil Chinese prince in 55 Days at Peking, and an eccentric doctor in the Australian thriller Patrick. Oh, wow, that's interesting. 55 Days at Peking is an interesting film. I've not seen that for years, but it's a great historical film. That.
Not sure I've seen that one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's one of those old epics that they did. A wonderful film. I forgot Benny Hill was in Chitty Bang Bang. Yes, he was. Toy Maker.
Toy Maker,
yeah. The child catcher from Chitty Bang Bang was a convicted paedophile. Yeah, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
I like watching the cats and dogs movies at Christmas. To be honest,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was such a big franchise, because I'll just start filming the front of our house. We've got lots of cats and dogs out there. I'll start filming it.
So cats used to be in our garden. I'm trying to get rid of them, but I'm trying to irritate you.
I remember the first Cats and Dogs film coming out. I thought it was quite fun. It's one of those computer generated ones, wasn't it, where the dogs were after the cats and they were sort of like secret agents and all that sort of stuff. I thought it was quite fun.
Yeah.
Nice for the kiddies. Well, that's it. Leave it on a question I've got nothing else to say on.
Yeah. I've just put it back, you see. There you are. It didn't fly back. It had to go. Yeah. The film Strays is a fun watch. Stray, is that the cat one with from Babylon 5, Claude Christian?
Christ, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, she's in one of those films. I've got it somewhere. Yeah, Claudia Christian. I bet
Of
it
course, you've got it somewhere. Everybody keeps sending you every bloody film going.
is.
I can't keep up with it. I have to spend hundreds of pounds every week just to bloody keep up with what you get.
God, yeah, I mean, yeah, I always think when you've got your all your steel books, I was thinking, God, he really must get that garage secure. If anybody finds out, wow, you're going to lose a lot.
I mean, I don't mention it, but I must admit, if you count up, if I show like 4 or 5 steel books like every Sunday, and they're 30 quid each, you work out how much I'm spending a month.
I know. You must calculate and think, oh, that's a lot.
And then some bastard like you comes along and says, "Oh look, somebody sent me this. Look, that bastard." I'm not disgusted at all. I'm not jealous.
No, I know.
Not really.
But you must be quite. So when you hear a steelbook has been released, I presume you put in a pre-order straight away. There, straight away, it's an automatic thing that you do. Do they take the money straight away, or do they wait?
No, you know, Amazon, they only charge you at the day it's released, you know.
Oh, well, that's all right.
HMV is the same. They take £1.
Oh, that's
HMV
okay.
take £1. Zavvi,
that's all right.
Zavvi, it's only when it's being sent. It's things like Arrow and that charge straight away. WH Smith, they charge straight away.
Do they? Oh,
Vinegar Syndrome, they charge straight away. Scream Factory, they charge straight away.
Well,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I have to go. Oh, I have to be careful here because
you
know,
it's not so bad when you can, you know.
Well, of course, the good news is when they do send it to you, they're not charging your account at that point. So, of course, you know where you stand because you've bought it.
Yeah.
You
know. Sarah Jane for me, says Tony, closely followed by Joe. Yeah, I enjoyed Jamie too, of course. Yeah, not too bothered about the new series. I better not go into one of my things about the new series.
People don't mention Jamie too much, but Jamie to me worked really well because he never tried to hide the fact I'm from the Scottish Highlands during this century, so you've just took me to somewhere I've never heard of. And what's all these tin men and all that? So in fact, actually, one of the stories where he wasn't actually supposed to be in it was the moon base, wasn't it? And he was there. He was on the sick bed there, going, "Oh, the Piper's going to take me away, the Piper." And I quite laughed at that. But I mean, just imagine there's a person that's been taken from the Highlands.
Yes,
and basically he's suddenly on a moon base. He's floating through space.
Wow!
But later on, it was so funny because it was like, you can't steer this bloody ship to save your life and all this sort of stuff. He said, I've got more. I think he actually said, I've got more chance of steering this ship than you've got. And he kept saying about your diplomatic skills, wasn't it? In the 2 doctors, he said, "Oh yeah, I've seen your diplomatic skills." That was that fun camaraderie. That those two had because they'd worked together before, and it was just really good.
And I think he developed as a character really well when episodes that you see.
I do understand why Patrick Troughton left after 3 years. I think it was the right thing to do. He didn't want to be cast. He was a jobbing actor. I do like the fact that he never thought of himself so big that he didn't go to the conventions.
And didn't come back. I mean, he came back, didn't he, for 3 doctors, 5 doctors, and even 2 doctors.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 2, 3, 7.
So he came back.
So that's why I think I grew to like Patrick Troughton the best because he just embraced it all. I know that if you read his book, he was a right bastard. I mean, he cheated on his wife and all sorts of stuff. The kids were estranged from him
Yeah.
because he was always away doing filming gigs, so they didn't really get to know him. And they moved with his mother while he was, when they divorced. And I mean, I have read all that, and I do know, there's a bad side to everybody.
Yeah.
But that didn't put me off how warm he came across.
Yeah.
In fact, Peter Davison said he was the nicest person he ever spoke.
And of course, his son has appeared in Doctor Who as well, hasn't
he? Yeah.
So there you are. Yeah. Stephen Wells says K9 was my favorite Doctor Who companion.
Bloody hell! I wanted to kill that dog.
It's a bit irritating. He could be.
He walked into the sea in Brighton, and I went, yes.
Yeah.
No, I didn't really. Honestly, I didn't. No.
Tony York says, if the Brigadier can be counted as a companion, he'd be well up the list for me. Well, yeah, I mean, I think you can count him as a companion in a way.
Obviously, he's a companion.
Yeah.
He actually went into the TARDIS, didn't he? And went off on a story together. So. And
a great character.
One of my favorite Brigadier stories is I had it on my tongue then. It was something Mordrin Undead. Mordrin the
Undead, yes.
Where you've got two Brigadiers, one from the past and one in the present. And when they touched each other, they basically sparked where the existing regenerations of the Doctor were not going to be taken away. There was 7 of them, 7 of me, he was saying, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And to kill these people who had experimented with time travel and made themselves eternal. They had to hook him up to a machine where it was going to use his regenerative energy to kill them. But the fact that the two Brigadiers touched each other at a certain point, bang, flash, that was it.
Yeah.
And that was the point of contact. I thought that was a great story, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's part of the
actually, Fifth Doctor's quite good, actually. I quite like a lot of Fifth Doctor stories. Yeah.
I used to love the one that was based around the Great Fire of London. I thought that was
yes, I love that one.
I think we'll let this one carry on. We won't talk about it.
I was just going to say they did a Civil War story.
Yeah, they did. The Visitation.
Yeah.
And
the Visitation is the Fire of London one.
Yeah, that's it. Pudding Lane.
Yeah, but they did one in the actual English Civil War.
Yeah, it was a two-parter. It was a two-parter where it was a
that's right. I've forgotten the name and title, but yeah, they did one.
But it was straight after that other story where they only did a couple of two-parters. There was Black Orchid.
Yeah, that's right. And I remember that one.
It was more a whodunit with masks.
Yeah, there wasn't much sort of fantasy.
Was it the Awakening?
Yes, I think it could be. Yes, I think it was the Awakening.
It had a big face behind a brick wall.
I'm sure that's the Civil War one.
Yeah. Yeah, it had a big stone face behind a brick wall that was causing all this emotion.
It was good to see that they actually did the Civil War. Yeah,
I told you about my Doctor Who. I'm going.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's good. You've reminded when you said it. It suddenly reminded. I thought, oh yeah, that was a bit of Civil War. Jo was a complete opposite to Liz Shaw. Pity she completed one series. Yeah,
we were talking about that.
Thoughts on CX using cover reprints and charging full prices? I think
bloody awful,
terrible thing to do. It's just they shouldn't do it, but there we are.
Awful.
They do all sorts of things. CX, they've not come out very well today, have they? CX. K9 and Company was fun watch. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I agree.
What did she drive? She drove a Ford Escort convertible, didn't she?
I don't know. You're asking me about cars. I know nothing much about cars.
If you remember the titles for K9 and Company, you had K9 stuck on a brick wall or something.
Oh,
You know, and it kept saying
Yeah.
K9,
Yeah, yeah.
K9, and then you'd see Sarah Jane in a car driving along in it, and I'm pretty
Oh,
sure it was
yeah,
a Ford
yeah,
Escort convertible. Really weird titles. That's all I can
yeah.
remember.
Seymour's, I'd like to see another Doctor Who movie, but with someone who you wouldn't think as the Doctor. Interesting. I think James McAvoy would play a good Doctor.
Yeah.
That's an
You had
interesting.
an interesting conversation, didn't you, on Friday? You were saying it should be an
Oh,
older
yes.
doctor. You should be an older Doctor.
Yes,
I was
definitely.
my argument with that would be that it doesn't matter if the Doctor is between 35 and 50 to me.
Mm,
It's
yeah,
just that if you've got somebody that's in their 20s, they
yeah,
do come across a little bit as juvenile. But there's
yeah,
nothing wrong with a 45 to 50-year-old man, because they're
yeah,
quite worldly. I mean, Tom Baker never seemed to be to me, even when he started to be a man in his 20s. He
yeah,
was definitely like 30s and 40s.
yeah,
Peter Davison.
yeah,
I mean, he was the youngest at the time.
yeah,
He still came across to me as late 20s, early 30s.
yeah. Actually, to be honest, Matt Smith did a good job because he seemed, though he was younger, he definitely felt the older side, all the previous Doctor.
That's the other thing.
Yeah,
When they kept making the Doctors younger, they kept putting them in older clothes.
yeah, yes.
I
Which Matt
remember
Smith,
I remember when Peter Davison came in, the first thing they did was they gave him some old ring glasses.
yeah,
They'd sometimes put
yeah,
on to show that he was like William Hartnell. He was a bit
yeah,
short-sighted or whatever it was. It was almost like a homage to him being old,
yeah,
wearing these old ring glasses that had no arms. They just stuck on his nose. They were
yeah,
just ring glasses that had a bridge on his
yeah,
nose like this. And it was good that they did that. I mean, a person in their 20s doesn't have bow ties and tweed jackets.
no,
You know
that's
what I
true.
mean?
No,
So
exactly.
it was nice that there were little homages like that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like the thing I don't like about the newest Doctor. He's got a different costume every week.
yes.
The thing I used to like about the Doctor was he used to wear one outfit.
And you could, exactly,
And
you
it's
identified, you could put
what
the
made him,
outfit up
yeah, it's
and
what
you know
made him
the
that
Doctor.
Doctor.
Yeah,
What's all this
exactly.
putting different bloody clothes on shit?
Yeah. Oh, anyhow, I'm just, it's a bit depressing, new Doctor Who,
Yeah.
what's happened to it. What's your least favorite Carry On film?
Columbus.
I've not seen it, so I'll have to say Emmanuel. Oh no, maybe. Oh, I don't know. It was bad. I think I didn't. I don't like Carry On England either. I think that's bloody awful.
Well, those last two films are telling.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, Carry On Emmanuel is more a sort of like little retelling story of how they met, how they kept catching Suzanne Dandau in certain situations. It was almost like it was the servants retelling a story
Yes, I get
like
that.
like
It just,
downstairs thing. Carry On
yeah,
England was at least a story where it was actually on an Air Force base type thing, so the war with the gun
yeah,
and all that sort of stuff. Columbus just doesn't work because it tried to
yeah.
mix
I know. Everybody said
old
that.
carry-ons with new carry-ons, and the new carry-ons,
Oh
they didn't know how to tell a joke. I don't think.
no, it sounds appalling.
Bloody
I just
awful.
want words.
You
I
had
just
you
want,
had you had Jim Dale there trying to hold it all together,
yeah,
and then you got some people like June Whitfield there, and
yeah.
Bernard Cribbins.
Oh,
The
it's
old
sad because
school.
they're good
They were
actors.
mixed in with Alexi Sale and
Oh, I don't like. Oh no.
and all of this, and it just didn't
Yeah,
work.
I
Just
didn't
didn't
like him
work.
in Doctor Who. Oh no, it's awful in Doctor Who.
So, oh yeah, he was the
Yeah,
DJ, weren't he?
yeah,
Colin Baker story where it was about where the Doctor was finally going to be rested. He actually had a gravestone with his face or something
yeah.
there. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that
That was,
Carry
a
On
Davros,
Columbus.
that was a Davros story, wasn't it? It was one of
Yes,
the
it
most.
was.
It had the most complaints because of all of the blood that was in it. Because
Yeah,
Davros
yeah,
shot the arm of the assassin, wasn't it?
yeah.
I
Yeah,
remember that.
Doctor Who still had complaints throughout its eras, isn't it?
Well, that was the thing that took it
Yeah,
off for 18 months. Was too much
yeah.
violence.
Steve Moses, Jim Jam movies and TV. Carry On Emmanuel was bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
When they charge people for autographs, they don't keep the money.
Probably goes to the agent.
Oh wow.
Probably does. The agent set
You
it
mean
all up.
so they'll get an appearance fee for appearing, they'll get
Yeah.
charged, and then the agent or whoever takes the money for the
I think that's
autographs.
probably how it works. I do know that the agents are there, and they're the ones that you have to go through to actually get
Yeah.
the things done.
Oh right. Oh, look who we've got now. Yes, he's here. Muckman Movies. Good evening, chaps. Good evening. Yes. We'll talk about steelbooks. Don't mention the steelbooks. Sorry, I've been late, but I've been watching the first Omen. Thoroughly enjoyed it too. Recommended if you like the original. Yeah, I've seen it. It's a great film.
But is it a steel book and is it 4K? Because it's Blu-ray, isn't it? You can buy it Blu-ray left, right, and center, but you can't buy a flipping steel book or 4K of it. Friggin' hell's going on?
I don't know. You're spoiled. That's it. You're spoiled.
I don't want to buy the first Omen on Blu-ray and then find out in 6 months' time it's coming out on 4K and a bloody steel.
It probably will. You're probably right, though. It will.
It's too big a film for them, not.
Yeah, you're right. Azrael Angel of Death, released on Blu-ray 28th of October, looks a good film. Oh, I've not heard that title before. That's news to me. Is that a horror? I presume. I don't know.
Azrael as an Angel of Death is a DC character, by the way, but I think it's actually to do. I think it's actually to do with mythology. So I think it's.
I don't know anything about that. 28th is not that long off.
No.
And there's a film called Duchess, which looks good as well. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's like when people are on about films. I always say there's going to be lots of films before Christmas that will come out that we don't know about, and nobody earlier on has mentioned any of these films. They just start to come out.
Yeah.
That's why it's always worth when people say film at year and all that. It's always worth hanging on because there's going to be some good releases ahead that we don't know about. Yeah. Steve's Gaming, Jim Jam, least favorite is that abortion they call Carry On Columbus. If you don't count that, I'd say England or Carry On Girls, I presume. Yeah.
I probably wouldn't go far back as Girls, but I'd say England or Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Girls
is the one with the beauty contest.
Girls wasn't particularly a great one.
No. But I think June Whitfield's good in that. She's very good. Yeah.
And and you've got the opening of the toilets, and you've got and all of that. You've got Peter Butterworth with the ladies' knickers up on the flagpole or whatever it was, and trying to stick his finger up, draw his finger up, sort of like Barbara Windsor's bottom, and said, "Oh, you want to play with me, do you, in the elevator?" And all that. I mean, it has got. It was a bit of a cruder film, but it wasn't as bad as England. And that. But it's not a classic. I don't.
No. I think it's a bit of fun. It's fun. It's entertaining, but it's not the best. But it's still entertaining.
Yeah.
Tony, least favorite Carry On England, Evening McMahon. Yeah. Carry On England is pretty bad, I think.
I just don't think Windsor Davis fits in very well.
Yeah.
Carry On England.
Yeah, there's the whole cast is not very good, is it? Really?
Patrick Maurer was the worst thing.
Yeah. What was he doing in that?
Yeah, bloody hell! All he was the Randy Gert person, always after the girls.
Yeah. Tony Hawk says, wasn't counting Columbus. Ah,
No.
yeah. Yeah. Well, it was pretend it didn't happen. Steve Mull says, Muckman movies. I think the two weakest Omen films are the remake and Omen 4. Yeah, they did the remake, didn't they? Yeah, I
I've
forgot
seen
about
Omen
that.
4 and I'd agree because the first three just
Yeah.
sort of like complemented it all and
They're like a good trilogy, yeah.
they wrapped it all up. You know, he went
Yeah.
into politics, and that's where
Yeah.
where the devil was going to then destroy the earth.
Yeah.
Fourth one is pretty abysmal. I don't know
Yeah.
whether they. I can't remember the remake. I probably saw it.
I can't. I think didn't they release it on the 6th of June? They did all this publicity, and it was 6.
Oh, 6th of the 6th of
Yeah.
2006 or something like that.
It was something like that, and no, but I've not heard anybody say anything good about it.
Well, how can you get Patrick Troughton as the bloody priest? He's brilliant.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
You're not going to be able to beat him.
Jim Jam movies on TV. Manimal, yeah, it would make a good movie.
I mean, bloody you don't start talking about
Automan too. He was on about Automan.
Do not talk about Manimal. I told you I have to watch that bloody series once every year just to show how bad things really are. Pete, at the Corkindale, what a bag of shit that was. Street Hawk and Automan are actually good. I'll tell you what, damn sight better than Manimal. What did he turn into? He turned into an eagle, a leopard, a black panther, and a snake or something.
It's ridiculous. It's just
all they did was put these prosthetics on his face and pump it up as if he was sort of like pumping up and down with his face. Then all of a sudden he was a bloody black panther or something.
He was terrible.
What a load of crap. I've actually got that on DVD.
You are, have you? You are.
And I watch it every year just to remind myself how bad TV can be. Awful.
Tony says one of my favorite films to TV series. Oh yeah, was Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. It's usually the other way around. Series as film spin-offs. Yeah, that's true. Of course, they did the original Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, didn't they? It was a film.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Like I said, it's mostly been TV to film, like On the Buses, Rising Camp, and Man About the House, and George and Mildred. In Britain anyway.
Yeah. That was that particular era, wasn't it? When there was
Hammer trying to breach into comedies, and they did this because the comedies were doing so well. The Confession.
That's right, and
they had to break in. That's all.
Yeah. I'd take a Dempsey and Makepeace film.
Oh, what?
And a lot of people talk about Dempsey and Makepeace, don't they?
It's still on TV, isn't it?
Yeah. I've never seen it. I've never seen Dempsey and Makepeace.
Oh, yeah, she had blonde hair, sort of like in a
Was she the one in like 7?
Oh, no, the name Glynis Barber, is it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh. That's all I know about.
I was never a fan. It had an American action guy and a blonde woman that sort of like was supposed to be her own character and all of that sort of stuff. And I just went, I'd rather watch The Gentle Touch with bloody, with what's her name, Barbara Gascoigne in it.
Oh yeah, she was all right. Yeah.
I'd rather watch Juliet Bravo.
Oh yeah, well, actually, I think Juliet Bravo wasn't a bad series.
Well, there was Angels, Juliet Bravo. They were all stay points. Yeah. 7 o'clock on BBC One.
Angels, that's going back a bit. And we've got Muckman saying, never even knew there was an Omen 4, Stephen.
Yeah,
it's a TV thing, I think.
Awful.
Yeah, probably straight to TV, but or DVD at the time. I don't know. They were good fun. Dempsey and Makepeace would like a film to be set in the 80s, not modern day. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
I must admit, it probably would. To me, I wouldn't watch it. I wasn't a Dempsey and Makepeace fan. You could put this. You could put Eva Green as Makepeace or whatever it was if you want, and I still probably wouldn't be tempted to watch it. I don't know. I'm one of those people that say never, but I wasn't a fan.
Yeah.
You know, I used to love things like The Professionals and all of this sort of stuff, but Dempsey and Makepeace, I'd rather, you know, I'd rather watch Minder and Alvida's Ain Pet than Dempsey and Makepeace.
Were they detectives then? Dempsey
Yeah,
and Makepeace?
yeah.
They were just detectives.
They were like The Professionals. It was like a girl and boy professionals.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be good. Who would you have playing D&M? I don't know. Let's have a look. The originals, Brandon and Barbara, they'd be fine as long as they didn't run around so much. Yeah, they must be getting on.
They'd be in wheelchairs and walking sticks.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Come on, Makepeace. Hang on, we've got to go up this. This oh, what do they call it? This disabled slope to get up there. Imagine that. That'd be awful.
I wonder if she's done any interviews for Blake 7. She may well have done. Yeah, very possible. When we get that next year, that'll be, or maybe year after. I don't know how quick they are at releasing them. See most Muckman movies. There's a DVD box set on HMV, £20, where you get the 5 movies, or you can import the Blu-ray box set from the States. Is this talking about The Omen?
Don't
know.
No idea.
Yeah. Too old now. I had a massive crush on Glynis Barber back in the day. There you are. Yeah, so that was so long.
There was a couple of things I liked about her. I can't put my finger on it.
No, she wouldn't let you.
No, she wouldn't let me.
Sienna Miller 10 years ago would have been perfect for Makepeace. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, Eva Green, and you got you got a number of people, haven't you? Like that were in Barbie. What's her name?
Taylor Anya Taylor.
I've forgotten her name.
Anya Taylor-Joy, is it, or something?
No, the one who's in Suicide Squad and Barbie and Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, she's beautiful, isn't she? She'd fit in, wouldn't she? Eva Green would fit in. They all would. You know, I don't like the Suicide Squad. I still don't think I'd go and see a Dempsey and Makepeace film. Well, I just know how bad it was when they did an Avengers film. They even did a Man from U.N.C.L.E. film, which I didn't like.
Yeah.
It's just it's wrong hands, I suppose. I should never.
Yeah. The Avenger movie was awful. Oh, yeah, The Avengers. Eddie Hazard and Sean Ryder from the Happy Mondays as the bad guys were the best thing about it. Laugh out loud.
Well, there was one Avenger movie that had Sean Connery as the person who had controlled the weather.
I didn't know there was another Avenger.
I didn't know there was another.
Is that a Marvel Avenger? I don't know.
It could be. All I know is the Avengers film I saw had Sean Connery controlling the weather. It was bloody awful.
Yeah, that was
Roy. It had what's his name? His name's Finnis or whatever his name is. No, Fiennes, Ray Fiennes.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I didn't know that Sean Ryder did any acting. Okay.
Well, that might be stretching it. Like
he was the one that they used to not interview or try not to interview before the Watershed, because all he ever did was swear, and they had a lot of problems on that on the Channel 4 show, was it with Chris Evans, when they'd be interviewing him and they'd get into trouble all the time because he'd be acting and blinding all the time.
Oh, that was on Chris Evans's
It was on a
TFI Friday.
Yeah, that's right. But he got into a lot of trouble.
He was banned after his second appearance
because he just couldn't stop swearing.
Well, he even went. He said after he made the first mistake, he then went downstairs to sing with his band and swore all the way through that.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about taking the piss out of Channel 4 and then get away with it. I mean, Christ.
Yeah. I'm surprised he went on twice. I'm surprised they asked him back.
Yeah, they invited him on 6 months later and said, "We've lifted the ban." Come on. And then he went and did it again.
Yeah. Mind you, his band wasn't that good, as I remember. Anyhow, I didn't particularly like. Was it Happy Mondays or
Happy
whatever
Mondays.
they were?
They were all right. They had one good album. One good album. Couple of tracks.
Not proper.
Twisting my melon, man.
It was all the drug stuff for that era. I don't know. Poorly stuff. Tell you what, maybe best left alone. Didn't think much of the update they tried to do with the screening with Ray Winston. Oh, crikey.
Slightly better than the others that we've mentioned, but not by much.
Yeah, they shouldn't. You can't touch that. No. Izzard, yeah, that's it. Florence Pugh as Makepeace. I'd take that. A lot of people might take that Florence Pugh. Yeah.
Does she have any brothers called Barley McGrew, Cuthbert?
Oh no. Oh dear. No, please.
Dibble Grub.
Yeah.
I just wondered. You Barney McGrew.
Hey, Bayek, what can you say? Eddie Izzard was great in The Mystery Man, such an underrated comedy. I've not seen Mystery Man.
Oh, was that the one with Ben Stiller and the bloke who was in the IT crowd? That black. Forgotten his name.
Yeah. The one with glasses in IT crowd.
Yeah. Wasn't that the
is it the other bloke? The Irish one.
Am I thinking of another film?
Oh, it might be the Irish bloke. There was two in IT.
I know, wasn't it where, or it could be the one where they were all superheroes and they weren't. They had one who could play the spoons or something. Honestly, it was really atrocious. I've forgotten.
I've not seen that one.
One was an alien takeover. The other one was they were all superheroes, but they weren't. And they went out at night trying to beat up the bad guys by playing the spoons and things. I get mixed up. I do it 12:15. Bloody hell.
Tell you what, most recently released network titles have subtitles. Right.
Yeah, I think things like The World at War have got subtitles.
Yeah. Muckman Movies, Stephen Moles. I have the original trilogy Omen set, and now the first Omen prequel. Happy with that, to be honest. Omen 4 and the remake sound pants, so no need to have them in my collection. Well, I agree. Why would you? Yeah. Simos, I'm waiting on the Thundercats live movie. Should be good. I would like to see the Battle of the Planets, aka G-Force live movie. The Thundercats movie is due out in 2026. Oh,
Thundercats! Good God!
I don't know.
Well, these are cartoons. Thundercats.
It's 80s, I presume.
Thundercats are on the loose. Thundercats are.
No, I don't know that.
Battle of the Planets. That was a manga cartoon from the 70s.
Yeah.
It was. They were. We were being attacked by an alien force. Yeah. You had a little robot that lived underwater that basically protected Earth. Gee, God, yeah. My friend Denny just bought the box set of Battle of the Planets. It cost 80 quid.
Yeah,
80
that's
quid.
a lot of.
But Thundercats was drawn well, but I really can't imagine it being a great film. They tried to do a film of a computer game called Wing Commander years ago.
Yeah,
and it was about the alien race called the Kilrathi, right? They look like leopards, right? Thundercats are all based around cat characters. Can you imagine? It would be like a space version of Cats. Now, if that amuses you, when you consider that Cats the musical bombed, with all these people dressed up as cats, and they were the most realistic looking cats that you'll ever come across.
Yeah,
right. Thundercats doesn't fill me with much joy.
Yeah.
When you think about that, Battle of the Planets does. That'd be a bit different.
Was there a steel book of Cats?
Yeah, there was.
I bet you've got it.
No, I haven't got it.
You haven't? Really?
No.
Wow, that must be the first one you've not.
Refused to get it.
Wow.
Saw that at the cinema. Saw James. What's his name from?
Yeah, Corden.
That's it. And I went, nah.
Yeah. Wow, that must be the first one you've not actually got.
No, I've got loads I haven't got. You've got one I haven't got already.
Oh, which the Quatermass one? Yeah, that's the only one I've got. Yeah.
So don't start. I've got loads that I haven't got. Muckman's got them. I told you I'm going to go round his house.
Oh yeah. Actually, he's here now. Wow, Ian and Del are lagging behind on the comments tonight. It'll be 2:15. 2 p.m. before they finish tonight. Oh, crikey.
Oh, yeah, it will be.
We better move on then. Someone needs to do a Buck Rogers movie. Yeah. Did they do one where they stuck it together and released it as a cinema one?
Yeah, but this is the thing, Ian. This is where they did 2 Spider-Man TV series episodes together and brought it out as a canon film, double bill with the Hulk.
Yeah.
They did. Flash Gordon was probably the last real attempt at trying to bring something from the serials into a film. Buck Rogers these days, I think that probably wouldn't work. A man who travels up into a shuttle, comes back 500 years later, there's an apocalypse gone on. I don't think it'd really work as a film now. But it was a film. It was actually 2 episodes of the TV series that they did as a pilot.
That's right. I know it got a theatrical.
That was in the UK only, I think.
Yeah. Okay, I better move. How about a Starfleet live action movie?
Oh, bloody hell, we are going back some years now, aren't we? Starfleet. Yeah.
I don't know that one.
Yeah. The 80s TV.
Is it? They are. Because I nearly said, "Oh, Starfleet, the next Star Trek film," but then
I think it's after Terrorhawk Starfleet.
Oh, right.
I think.
Time check 22:46. Maybe I should have indicated one day. Cheeky, yeah.
I don't control the comments. Sorry.
I know. Yeah, they're laughing. Next one. Does anyone know how the discs in that Itcher 4K set are presented? It does show you on HMV. I hope it's not in cards where you slide the disc out. Ate those. Yeah,
I think the best thing that I can advise you to do is that Ian was on Pete's channel and he's got already the early edition of the Hitcher, and he said he was going to do a review of it. You might want to just look out for that, because that will give you an early warning. But I think he's only got the standard. He hasn't got the box set from Arrow, so I'm not sure. It did look like the standard release to me, but
I reckon he'll probably do that this week. Probably, won't it? Yeah, I'm sure it'll come out, his review.
Pete's worth subscribing to anyway.
Yeah. Oh, he's he's very good in front of camera. He's got that. Yeah, he really is. I tell you what, I must be in the minority.
Even if he does look like Crystal Tips and Alistair, but anyway.
Look at this. I must be the minority. I have the DVD of it, and aren't upgrading. No, I perfectly understand that.
A lot of people are excited, and some people are not. I'd be more excited over that one where he's Blind Fury. I thought that was a better film than The Hitcher, to be quite honest. But there you
go. That Sword and the Sorcerer 4K looks good. Stephen Sword.
Yeah, well, that's one of those early films before Conan that they hope if enough people buy it, then there'll be a load more coming out. Because how many scantily clad women and Conan type films came out after Conan came out? There was tons of them, weren't they? Roger Corman got involved. Everybody was.
As Conan only got a 4K release in America.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Oh, that went.
I remember it came out from Arrow, and I know I didn't order it.
Yeah, it'll come out here, won't it?
I've still got the Blu-ray Steelbook, if I remember
right. Del, over 6,000.
Yeah, remember I said that I've only done about a third of my films. That's 2,000 odd films. So
right.
If you then time that by the other 2/3, it's
close to I get you. Yeah.
That's a guess. I'm just saying I've only catalogued 2,000 of them.
That's a lot. I gave a stack of films to the PDSA today. I'm not sure if the dogs and cats will understand them though.
That's a classic.
You can't beat the old jokes, can you? North and South with Patrick Swayze was one of my favorite series. Is that a sort of American Civil War?
I think so.
Blockbuster.
I remember it coming out.
Yeah. The prequel Zulu Dawn was good as well. Yeah, that one comes up a bit. This Zulu Dawn.
Oh, you're going to have to take control again a little bit.
James, question network terror.
It's these damn tablets. I do apologize.
Oh, sorry, it's okay. I'll just carry on. I have 60s terror and the individual releases of 70s. Yeah, network terror sounds pretty good actually. Yeah. Are they like anthology series? Yeah. Sounds good. Only got Zulu Dawn on DVD. Keep thinking they'll release a UK Blu-ray eventually. There is a US release. I'm surprised it isn't on Blu-ray actually, because it does pop up quite a bit. Mentioned Zulu Dawn. Yeah. Oh, there could be a German release. The Germans release a lot of things, don't they? That we don't get here. Don't own the damn Busters. Not sure why. No, I'm the same. I'm not sure why. I don't have at least a DVD copy of it. But there we are. Mugman Movies. I managed to snag that big juicy The Dam Busters box set a few years ago. Oh, right. Was that a Blu-ray issue or a DVD? Just recently watched Memphis Belle, great film. Is that the American bombers doing the bombing missions? I think it is something like that. I vaguely remember it. I've seen that unboxed on YouTube. Looks very nice. Ah, right. The Dam Busters, I think that's what you mean. Yeah, Dam Busters. Yeah. Can't send anything to Del. I don't want the garage door coming off his hinges. Yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah. Oh, what I think I'll have to just see when he comes back. It's this one. It's a great comment. I like that. See, I'll come back to that one. I remember that. Then we've got Stephen Moss. My first film I seen without my parents was Gremlins, a great film. I was 12 years old. Yeah, I was sort of 12 when I first went. So that appears to be the age, round about that age. My mum trusted me. Yeah, otherwise, she was still worried though. Always worried. What I remember seeing what the AA films, which were I suppose equivalent to 15 now, and thinking, would I be able to get in to see an AA film? Certainly not at 12 years old. I was far too small, and yeah, I wouldn't have got in. But I would love to have got in now, definitely. Let's have a look. I'll take it'll take Ian years to review these. There's dozens of old DVDs. Yeah, I think you know what. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. I don't know. I'm still planning how I'm going to review it. I think that one that you sent me. This one, I think I'd like to do something for it, but I think it's a bit too. I don't know much. I'll try and do something anyhow with this. I'm sure I can do, because otherwise it will take me a long time to get this done. Yeah, but I'll try. I'll try and do. I want to do something because it deserves it. It's an interesting series, and I was really pleased, to see it, that atmosphere of the '60s, and just anything about the '60s and the music. That music was. I love that theme tune. It was very funny. I've got one for you. I've saved it. I'm going back to it. This is for you, Delboy. Right? You like this? Can't send anything to Dell. I don't want the garage door coming off its hinges.
Oh no, it's reinforced.
There you are.
I got double pinning. No, that's good. Thanks very much, Tony. Yeah, thanks for telling me I'm getting bugger all while Ian gets everything. It's very nice of you.
Here we are. I'm from Leeds. Hey, if anyone wants to send some steelbooks my way, yeah, well, Leeds, brilliant.
I knew his address. I've got some steelbooks. I've got doubles of.
Yeah, there you are.
As simple as that. I remember I used to tell people. I said, look, when I'm going to catalog all my films, I'm bound sure to find I've got doubles because I'd have bought the 4K of this and that replaces the Blu-ray and blah blah blah. And I used to send them off to friends of other channels.
Yeah, and Walkman might his collection. If you
even Jim Jam's come up with a great idea. He's doing something with Scotty Films, and he says, "Look, I'm going into a text, and I'll tell you if there's a release here, and if you're looking for it, then you can send me something and all that. And we'll call it Swap."
Interesting, yeah.
And I thought to myself, well, you can't really call it Noah Ledman's Swap Shop because I tell you what, it was always Cheggers that was out swapping everything with Maggie Films. I mean, all he did was stay in a cushy studio, so looking at a bloody board all the time.
Cheggers, yeah. Oh, you've just oh dear.
Well, anybody that knows Swap Shop knows that. It was the lazy bastard. He stayed in the studio all the time. It was Cheggers at 5 a.m. going off to somewhere like Blackpool in the middle of winter.
He's always got that job.
To find out whether you wanted a rat trap bloody get board game, swapping for a Hornby Railway set.
Yeah.
Simon Says Electric game or something.
Tony says, I think my steelbook total is in single figures. I may even be able to name them. 1, Untouchables. 2, Rambo. 3, Foxy Brown. Oh, Foxy Brown. Yeah. The eagle has landed. Might be more, but I forgot. I've actually got Foxy Brown on Steelbook as well. I wonder why. Yeah, yeah. Ooh,
I
Pam
can't start.
Grier.
I can't
Pam
start
Grier
naming.
does have a lot to do with it.
I can't start naming mine because I'd be here till about 7 in the morning. Be easier for me to. It'll be easier for me to tell you what I've got in standard release than it would be.
Yeah. Oh dear. Steve Mills. I own a few steel books. Masters of the Universe, Showdown in Little Tokyo, and the first 2 seasons of Chucky. Just ordered season 3. Oh,
yeah, I've
right.
ordered season 3. Yeah,
That's a Van Damme one, isn't it? The Showdown in Little Tokyo.
I think so.
Yeah.
Never been into Van Damme. You'll tend to find
No,
I haven't got many.
no,
You'll tend to find I haven't got many Van Damme films. I
no.
haven't even got the Bloodsport and all of that sort of
What
stuff.
about Time Cop? I like Time Cop.
Not a
That's
steel
the only
book.
film I like.
Time Cop was all right though.
Yeah,
Goodish film.
yeah.
I like things that are science fiction based.
Yeah, that's what I did. It's time travel, so obviously I just.
No, it was politics
like
as well, wasn't it? There was a
Yeah.
politics.
Oh
in it as
yeah.
well.
There's a good. It is a good. Yeah. It's a bit more to it. It's got quite a bit. Steelbook 5, Doctor Who, and the Daleks film. Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised you haven't got the
I've got
follow-up.
that. Both Doctor Who.
Yeah,
Peter Cushing ones.
Both Peter Cushing films are on Steelbooks.
Yeah, I've got both of them.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, yeah. And it says Tony off there.
Oh, he was going to bed.
He's still thinking. Yeah, Tony is.
Hang on a minute. I thought he was going to bed, Muckman. You lying piece of shit.
Just the new Fantastic Four movie out next year is going to be good because the last one was trash.
Yeah, it was. It was a total trash.
I can't remember it.
Even the Thing didn't have any pants on, and you couldn't see his genitals. So it was bloody awful film.
Wonder what they are warning about Steptoe. Yeah, could it be Harold being abusive to his father? That's a good point. What are they?
I bet you any money it's to do with some of the rhyming slang. Might be to do with some of the people that are in the rag and bone trade or in the East End of London, like the Chinese and the Irish and all of this.
Yeah,
because
yes,
it very much is a piece of its time, and it would be
certainly Irish things. There would be quite a bit about the Irish,
So it's very much there would be some slang that when you look it up, you'd find out. Oh Christ, he was talking about blacks.
Seymour's, I used to get away taking food in the cinema because the cinema I went to had an Asda next door. That's useful. So I would go in and do some shopping. And if I got stopped in the cinema, I would say, "It's my shopping." That's a good idea. There you are.
Oh, we honestly, we used to have a cinema like that, but they would just turn around and say, "We should have took your shopping home then."
Yeah, you know what that means.
I'll go and take it back to your house and then come back. You come in and all right. We used to have a news agent that was across the road from where we were.
Yeah.
We go into. We didn't have a Poundland. That would have been the other side of town. But we did have a news agent where you could buy like bags of Coca-Cola cubes and things like that.
Yeah, they'd be cheaper. Cinema,
Revels and things like that. I remember I used to buy marshmallows at one point, but they made me feel sick at the end of the film.
Yeah. Who deleted my Insta comment?
No idea. I haven't been deleting anything. And
I didn't know. We haven't deleted anything. I didn't see. I'm just looking back. I know you were later in, wasn't you? I didn't see any Insta thing. No, I can't see anything. bother. Oh, well, yeah. I'm sorry. We don't normally delete anything on here normally because I don't know what I'm doing half the time. But no.
Now, if you ever read a bit further down, you'll tend to find that what happens is that certain keywords by YouTube get banned, and then they stop that from being shown.
Yeah.
And it might be that.
But why would Insta be?
No, he put a comment about something up, but we don't know what the comment was about. It could have been talking about riots. It could have been talking about the government. It could have been talking about anything. You don't know.
Yeah.
If you read further on, it will say here, look, I've removed. Tony was saying he hasn't removed anything. I think YouTube have been known to delete certain things. I tried to post a book title recently on a stream, and because it included an ISBN, they thought the phone number, and it just goes. That does go on, I have to say.
It's funny if you go look at it.
We can't see it if it's never been
I
there.
put a comment about a story I put on Insta.
We can't even. We can't even see it as admins, so it can't have been. It couldn't have even.
I didn't see one. I'm sorry about that. I certainly wouldn't delete any comments. I've not removed anything. I think YouTube has been known to delete certain things. Yeah. I tried to post a book title recently. This is what you said on a stream. And because I included an ISBN, they thought it was a phone number. They do that. They think phone numbers and
all you've got to do is put in a word like Starmer, and basically it'll be blocked.
Yeah. So
you see what I mean?
Tony's been looking at. He hasn't seen anything. I'm sorry. I don't know what's happened. How does Del keep laying his hands on all these films that get mentioned? I don't know.
What do you mean? I mean, Dam Busters. I mean, that's well known, that film, isn't it? As in Free Squadron, as in.
Yeah. I don't know.
It doesn't mean not necessarily. Does that mean I've got one?
I refuse to watch those cats and dog films. They made cats the bad guy. Get stuffed. Oh, we got a cat.
Yeah, they did actually.
Yeah. Muckman, he scrolls down to get answers from people further down the chat.
That's not true.
Oh.
But I do have a copy of the channel going live at the top.
Mm.
But if you notice, I'm looking forward all the time, so I don't get to see that.
Yeah. Well, anyhow. Well, I don't do that, but anyhow, he never thought of that cheating.
No, the only time I've cheated is when I was going things like, Alistair Sim.
Yeah.
Look.
Strays stars Will Ferrell. Oh, and Jamie Foxx as Foul-Mouthed Dogs. Oh, well, it's a different film. But I know I've got on thingy a film, Strays, which has got.
I haven't seen. That's why I said I haven't seen that.
Yeah. It's all cats though, not foul-mouthed dogs. So it's a different. Yeah. Hello. I'm here. Still here. Thank you. Ian and Delboy, have you ever tried fish fingers and custard? No, I haven't.
Bloody well, I'm not either.
No, I haven't. I like fish fingers.
I don't like fish fingers.
Yeah, I love fish finger sandwiches. Lovely. I had fish fingers tonight without custard, but with chips. Well, there you are. That's how you should have it.
I'd rather have a spam fritter than fish fingers, I tell you.
Oh, well, I'd love both. I like spam.
Spam, baby.
Yeah. And then my movies. Jill Gascoigne.
Gentle Touch.
Yeah. Juliet Bravo is my favorite female-led police series. Only problem, it's set on the wrong side of the. Oh, it's a
No,
Lancastrian
it bloody
one.
well isn't. All
Blooming
these,
Lancashire. They're
I'm gonna,
they're
I'm gonna,
almost as bad as blooming Southerners, aren't
I'm
they?
gonna have to shoot off from this series because all I get is northern bastards
Yeah,
coming on,
yeah.
slamming these bloody southern
It's
bastards, which is me.
Lancashire. I mean, what can you say? They're just like the blooming Southerners.
Juliet
Yeah,
Bravo was brilliant because it was set in London, as
yeah,
was the Sunday, as was the
yeah.
Professionals, as was. Do you want me to go on?
No, we don't want.
On this
Yeah, lad.
Northern Heartbeat shit.
uh, Steelbook 6.1 million years BC. Eh? Six,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Steelbook.
Steelbook 6 is 1 million years BC.
Ah, right. Yeah. 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 That's a good one. Whoa. Come on. And then, yeah. Hello again. I have this big box set of Invasion Earth 2150 AD. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
there
was a choice, wasn't there? That
Oh
you
no,
could get a Steelbook. Oh,
yeah,
that.
there was 3 editions of both of these films. There was a standard Steelbook, there was a
Yeah.
box set, and then there was a box set with a record set in it.
Yeah.
And the record set of the first Doctor Who and the Daleks came down actually to about 20 odd quid.
Wow.
But the big box set of Invasion Earth 2150, that's the one with the record set, it's still at 50 quid now. But you can get the standard DVD, the standard Blu-ray 4K Steelbooks for still at the same sort of price.
Yeah, I got them. Yeah.
So I've only got the record set of the Doctor Who and the Daleks. I haven't got the record set of Invasion Earth.
The Dam Master set I have is indeed on Blu-ray. Oh, right. It's a Blu-ray one then. Yeah. I was getting my comment in early, not going to bed early. Ah, right. I get you.
Yeah, we love Monkman.
Yeah.
I don't like being called. I don't like being called. I don't like being called a cheat, though. Bloody hell. I do say when I'm looking it up on bloody. I've told you I was looking it up on certain one.
And Danny says, "I'm from the southeast, about 1 hour from London." Oh well, there you are.
Yeah.
Oh, we are getting near bottom now. Oh, this is good. I think we're nearly here now. And yes, mine doesn't have a record. It's the smaller box.
Yeah, so yours is the big the boxed edition that was separate from the Steelbook, but it came in a cardboard box with a few other little things that were in it.
Yeah.
It's just that, like I said, there were 3 editions.
Oh, right.
Of each of them.
So that is the last comment. And Dan just said, have a good one. Thank you, Danny, as always. And thank you, everybody that has been on this stream. We really enjoyed it, as usual. We love doing this every Wednesday. And there's 6 people still watching at, just after 1:15 in the morning. We are a bit late, I'm sorry, but you know how it goes. But thank you, everyone. Seriously, Tony's saying good night, everyone. Daleks Invasion 2158 vinyl collector set, $59.99.
Yeah, like I said, it's never come down in price. But if you look for Doctor Who and the Daleks vinyl collector set, you'll see that you can get it for about 20 odd quid.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody that's taken part and watched this and whatever. We've enjoyed it, and all of us, well, say your farewells, Delboy.
I'll just go salute and thanks very much. And I'm not a cheat.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.